Seems to work.
Okay, never mind, it just refreshed on me. Sorry, Sharon. You want to let Sharon know that the YouTube started, it refreshed?
She's on her way back.
Thank you.
And is your recording working, Ms. Allen?
I haven't hit, I will right now as soon as.
Okay.
Wait, what's coming to? We need a chair for John.
Right here. You're in my office.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Deborah House, and I'm the arbitrator identified by the parties in this. We're starting our first day of our arbitration hearing, and it will be for the purposes of witness questioning. The hearing is being conducted via Zoom on an electronic platform. It is being recorded for the purposes of counsel and the arbitrator. It is also being live streamed to the public who can observe the hearing at any time they wish. So I have a few things to cover in housekeeping. First of all, I just want to confirm, first of all, with both counsel that I'm the arbitrator you have chosen, and I have the authority to deal with the matters that you put in front of me in the retainer agreement. Is there any objection to my appointment or my authority at this point in time?
No, Madam Arbitrator.
Ms. Robert?
No concerns. Thank you, Ms. House.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to just make sure that the public is aware at this point in time, there's no public commentary in this. It's so that they can see the proceedings and what's going on, be aware of what's happening in this arbitration between their two municipalities. This is an arbitration to end up with an intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement, okay? There's some matters that the parties need assistance with before they get to the final piece. Counsel, I would ask if you are not speaking that you make sure your microphone is turned off so that the background noise is minimal for the other party while they're doing their questioning of their witnesses, okay? So just need to do that a little bit. That will also take us some delays, I expect, as people say, I need to put my microphone on, so just be patient with each other, etc. Are there any other procedural matters that we need to deal with before I ask counsel to introduce the people in their respective rooms?
Nothing on my end.
Sorry, there's a good example while I unmute. Nothing on our end either, Ms. House.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ward, why don't you introduce the people in the room with you then?
Yes, I'm Sean Ward, legal counsel for the town of Whitecourt. And beside me is my associate, Michael Swanberg, who's also legal counsel. Also in the room today, but off camera, are Peter Sneal, the chief administrative officer for the town of Whitecourt. Good morning. Janine Loberg, who is, the director of planning. I'm going to get her title wrong, for the town of Whitecourt. And Tara Gallant is also here from the town, who may not be here all day, but is providing administrative support for us while we navigate the hearing today.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, can you introduce the people in the room with you, please?
Thank you, Ms. House. I have with me the first witness, Steve Hollett, I also have with me our off camera, our Chief Administrative Officer for the county, Gordon Frank.
Good morning.
Myself, and then I also have with us one of the other witnesses for the first subject matter, which is water and wastewater, which is Joan Slutwig. And Ms. Slutwig is the Director of Development, and I'm sorry,
Manager of Community Services and Planning.
Sorry. And that is it in the room with us today.
Thank you very much. All right, so we, in our process, we talked about we were going to get straight into witnesses today. All of the witnesses have prepared written statements already and attached a number of documents, so we're proceeding with the questioning along that way. I will ask the witness to affirm their evidence before they start. So I think our first witness is supposed to be Steve Hollett, is that correct?
Sorry, also live on my end as I unmute. It is Ms. House.
Okay. Mr. Hollett, if you're ready.
Yep.
So I'm just going to ask Mr. Hollett to review the statement that I'm placing in front of him, which is this witness statement of Steve Hollett for Woodlands County, re water/wastewater, June 30, 2021.
Before you do that, Ms. Roberts, Mr. Hollett, I'm going to ask you to take an affirmation, which is the civil promise to tell the truth in the hearing, okay? Any objections to doing that?
No.
Okay, so Steve Hollett, it's Hollett, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Mr. Hollett, you have in front of you the witness statement that you signed on, it's dated June 30th, correct?
That's correct.
And have you had an opportunity to review that today before you started?
Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed that at the time that's your signature on the third page, correct? Above your name?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you reviewed that statement at the time that you signed it, it was true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Does that continue to be true today?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, Ms. House, I'd like to submit the statement into evidence for this oral examination. But as mentioned, we would like Mr. Hollett to be able to speak to a particular issue, which is the map of the water wastewater servicing. So we were requesting permission for Mr. Hollett to screen share where he has logged into a website called MuniSite, MuniSight.com. Woodlands County has an account there. It is my understanding that I believe the town does as well. And we would just be showing, for the purposes of the public and yourself, where the system is located and addressing a point that is raised in the response statement of Peter Snell that was signed July 30, 2021.
Okay, so first of all, on the request to introduce the witness statement of June 30th of 2021 into evidence, any objection, Mr. Ward?
No, Ms. House.
And we're going to mark it as officially as Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just ask Mr. Hollett to screen share with Ms. Antler's help if needed. And just to introduce just briefly, Mr. Hollett at my request has, and with notice to Mr. Ward for the town, has preset the, essentially just chosen to highlight the water wastewater systems for the region on this MuniSite map that we're looking at. And then, so just the blue is water, correct, Mr. Hollett?
That's correct.
And then what is the purpley brown color?
That's sewer.
Okay. So, and what I might do, if it's acceptable, Ms. House, would be just to have Mr. Hollett walk through the system and kind of what we're looking at. And then I just have one specific question for him about that.
Go ahead.
So this is what we call the airport system. This is the entire system as it's set up. We tie into the town right here. We connect our booster station here, and then the water is sent up to our reservoir up top here and then distributed through this whole area. There's only sewer in the industrial park and at the airport. The old ferry area only has water. And then when we get in here a little bit closer, the area that, once it refreshes here, this is where we tied into the town, into their existing system. And then there's a couple, there's for future expansion for the town, we were asked to put a couple stubs in going north, going west. And then when we get to right here, there's a set of valves, which is the extent of the contract or agreement that we have with the town to pay for. So this area here was invoiced back to the town, which they did repay. There was a holdback during the process for a differences in opinion of a sewer valve and water valves into a manhole in this area here, which has been since finished, and they've paid us for that. And then the area from basically this valve to this valve is item 11 and my statement is the area that was put underneath the CN railroad tracks. So this area here is the area that we've paid for, and there was never any money recouped from the town. It is located inside the town's area. And then once we get across the tracks, then this is our booster station here. And then there's a stub over here as well for water and sewer for the town's future use.
And where we're looking, where you last pointed out where the booster station is, and there's right to the right of that on this picture there, where you said there's a tie-in, did you say?
Yeah, there's tie-ins here for water and sewer for 2 stubs for future.
And is that part of the town of Whitecourt's property too?
This green line pretty much shows the boundary of the town.
Okay, and then when you say, you referred to paragraph 11 of your statement, you're referring there to the portion that ran north-south that you were just showing us?
Yeah, basically from this valve to this valve here is the area.
And that was the $300,000 expense, okay.
Yeah.
And then what Mr. Smill has testified to, and I just have to find the paragraph in his statement. Mr. Smill responds to your statement, so sorry, Ms. Howes, I should just orient us here. Mr. Smill's reply statement of July 30, 2021, under paragraph, on page 006 of the statement, under the heading Witness Statement of Steve Hollett dated June 30, 2021, starting at paragraph 28 and concluding at paragraph 32, there's a response there. I am only referring to the paragraphs 29, which references what is said in paragraph 11 of Mr. Hollett's statement, and then paragraph 31. And I just want to ask a clarification question of Mr. Hollett about paragraph 31. Before I proceed, I just wanted to make sure there's no objection to my doing that.
Any objection?
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
So just if I'm going to pass this document to Mr. Hollett, which is showing at paragraph 31, there's a reference there by Mr. Smill to a payment of $85,800. Do you have any information about that?
That $85,800 was for the holdback that they had on upgrading the one manhole to meeting the town's current standards.
Okay, so that was the item that you discussed when you were talking about the portion of the system
Yeah,
that goes east to west or west to
there's
east.
a manhole right here that we need to upgrade to the current standards.
Okay, so it was the portion of the part that was paid for, reimbursed by the town.
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions for the witness, Ms. House, unless, so Mr. Hollett, I would just ask that if the Mr. Ward for the town of Whitecourt has any questions for you, or Mr. Swanberg, that you answer them. And similarly, if Ms. House, our arbitrator, has any questions for you, that you just answer them.
Okay, I'm just going to move for a minute because I have to get a document. Hang on.
Ms. House, would, or I suppose Mr. Ward, would you like us to leave the map up for the moment, or would you like us to stop screen sharing?
You can leave it up.
Okay.
Ms. House, are you prepared for us to ask questions, or did you need?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hall, just very briefly, the pipes that we're referring to that you've just described, were those necessary to ensure the adequate delivery of water and wastewater services to the county?
That's correct.
All right. And you had in front of you, your counsel provided you with Mr. Smeal's rebuttal evidence. Can you turn to the very last page of that, page 96? There's a diagram on the last page.
Mr. Ward, we just have those versions electronically. If you want to just give me a moment, I'll pull it up for the witness. Unless Ms. Antler would like to put it on screen for everyone to look at, which would be my preference if you don't have an objection.
Sure, that's fine. So this would be page 96 of the reply statement of Peter Smeal dated July 30th. Thank you. So, Mr. Hollett, do you recognize this as a map of the west boundary between the town and county?
That's correct.
And there's a blue circle identifying a rail crossing. Is this the same area that we were looking at on the Unisite map we just had up?
That's correct.
And you would agree that the pipe crosses the CN rail tracks to supply water to the Woodlands transmission lines?
That's correct.
And would you agree that the only town property adjacent to that water line is the CN property just to the south of the rail tracks?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Those are my only questions.
I have nothing arise in this house.
And I have no questions either. So thank you very much, Mr. Hollett.
You're excused. The witness is excused, correct?
Yes, the witness is excused.
Thank you very kindly. The county's next witness is Joanne Slutwig. Ms. Slutwig has put in a statement on June 30th, as well as a statement on July 31. Before we get to that, Ms. Howes, would you like to affirm the witness?
Yes, please. Ms. Slutwig, SLOOTWEG, is that correct?
Yes,
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
Mr. Frank has pointed out that I mispronounced Ms. Slutwig's first name. For the record, it is Joan. If I said Joanne, I apologize, especially to Ms. Slutwig. In any event, I'm going to, do you have the, I'm sorry, I'm just going to move that Mr. Hollett's witness statements are read from in front of the witness. Ms. Slutwig, I'm going to put over to you first this witness statement under your name with respect to water and wastewater dated June 30. And I'm just going to ask you to turn to the last page of the written portion. And you confirm that that was you electronically signed that document?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And before you signed that document, you reviewed the contents?
Yes,
Okay. Including the materials that are referenced in it?
yes,
Okay. And you, at the time that you signed that, you understood that information should be accurate and true to the best of your knowledge?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review that again before today?
Yes,
Okay. And can you confirm whether there's any modifications or changes, or whether you confirm that it continues to be true to the best of your knowledge?
I confirm.
The second thing I'm going to do is provide Ms. Ludwig with a copy of the July 31, 2021 reply statement on water wastewater. And it has the materials appended to it electronically as well. The physical copy that I'm providing Ms. Ludwig does not, so it's 2 pages. Ms. Ludwig, again, if I can confirm that that is your signature on the second page of that document below the text.
Yes.
Okay, and at the time that you signed that statement, you understood and believed these contents to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And have you reviewed that statement again for today?
Yes.
And does that continue to be true, that the contents to the best of your knowledge are true and accurate?
Yes.
There is a response within the reply witness statement of Mr. Snell on page 6, under the heading Witness Statement of Jones Ludwig dated June 30, 2021. And I'm just going to show that page to the witness to make sure that I'll just have you take a look at that. Ms. Ludwig.
Can you give me the page number you're on? I'm sorry.
6006.
Okay.
Would you like us to have it pulled up? Is that helpful?
Yes, please.
Ms. Antler, can I ask you to do that, please?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get us back to the same page here in case, is it easier? Can you see that, or would you like a copy? I'm going to put it on my laptop as well, so Ms. Ludwig has a copy that's more, it's harder to read face the screen than on the screen. Just one moment, sorry. Just trying to get to page 6. Okay, so did you review this before today's examination, the paragraphs 25 through 27?
Yes.
And did you take a look at the Woodlands County Council minutes that are appended at Appendix A to Mr. Smith's statement?
Yes.
If I can have us turn to that, I'm just going to try to find the page that it's on. I'm sorry. So if we could go to tab 8.
It's page 85, if that helps.
Thank you. Okay, and from your review, Ms. Ludwig, of the minutes from March, sorry, the minutes from that meeting that's referenced in Mr. Snell's statement from March 5, 2013. You see that in his statement there, he references the agreement that you were referring to in your statement of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us your information from having reviewed those minutes? I see that you're listed as one of the people in attendance.
That's correct.
Can everyone hear Ms. Ludwig okay?
She should speak up a little bit.
Yeah, Ms. Ludwig slightly soft-spoken, so just wanting to make sure. Okay, so Ms. Ludwig, you will have to just raise your voice just a little bit. So from having reviewed those minutes that are attached to tab 8, what can you tell us about that meeting relative to what you said in your June 30th statement?
So the original agenda did not include the water agreement that was presented to council, the package itself. As you can see on the minutes of the March 5th meeting, it was in addition to the meeting. That document would have been handed out to council, either by the administrative assistants or by the CAO of the day, Mr. Mercier.
And how do you know that by looking at the minutes?
If you look at the adoption of agenda, under new business, there was an ad, and it is states under 7.9 water agreement.
Okay, and it says water agreement. The agreement is actually called water wastewater, correct? Okay, and so you understand that to be the same agreement?
Yes, based on the motion that's made. However, it doesn't indicate that it's a revised agreement. It just, the motion indicates that it's the intermunicipal water and wastewater agreement with the town of Whitecourt. In looking at our records, we have been unable to find a specific copy that would have been provided to council. So we're uncertain as to which copy was provided to them, if it had the amendments that were suggested by the town of Whitecourt.
Just to clarify, are you saying that the town has produced a set of minutes here. The county's copy of these minutes does not include the agreement that's called water agreement in 7.9 now?
The actual package, so council's package. In looking back through our files, our electronic files, we were unable to find an actual copy of the water agreement that would have been presented to council.
Okay, so it's not included with the minutes that you have on record.
Correct.
I'm just going to have you refer back to your initial statement. And Mr. Snell's reply is referring there to paragraph 14 of your initial statement. And if I can just have you turn to that paragraph. You say there that in your review of county records, there had been a joint liaison meeting between representatives of council and town in which the two councils agreed to amending. And Mr. Snell's statement says at paragraph 27 that county council voted to approve entering into this agreement at its March 5, 2013 meeting. Am I understanding correctly that from your review of the records, because you can't find a copy of the agreement in the council's package that was provided to council at the time on March 5, 2013, can you confirm or deny what's said in paragraph 27 of Mr. Snell's reply statement?
Yeah, I can't confirm what is indicated.
I have no further questions for this witness, and I would just ask that you answer, Ms. Ludwig, any questions that Mr. Ward or Mr. Swanberg on behalf of the town have, or that Ms. House, our arbitrator, have for you. Yes.
Okay, before we go there, Mr. Ward, any objection to either of this witness's statements that were filed June 30th or July 31st?
No, Ms. House.
Then we'll mark the June 30th statement as Exhibit 2 and the July 31st statement as Exhibit 3.
Just as a point of order, are we having Ms. Antler send back statements that are marked Exhibit 2, 3, 1, I think is where we're at so far, or are we just each marking our own copies?
We'll mark our own copies. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll prepare a joint list. Normally, my practice normally is to prepare an ongoing list, and I'll just share it with you.
Okay, thank you very kindly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ward, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. House. Ms. Ludwig, you are currently the manager of community and planning services for the county, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've held that position since 2019?
Yes.
So prior to 2019, am I right that you were the manager of planning and development for the county?
I held the position, however, didn't have the title. Was considered a subdivision officer, however, did do management role.
Okay. And that was for about 3 years?
Since 2016,
Sorry, Mr. Ward, can you just clarify the question? Maybe 3 years meaning?
Well, I was going to say 3 years as manager of planning and development. She said she didn't have the title, she had the responsibility. So I just want to confirm how long that period was, whatever your title was. Am I right that that was about a 3-year period prior to 2019?
No, it was from about 2002.
All right, so your title may have changed, but between 2002 and 2019, you were working in that planning and development role.
That's correct.
In your current area of responsibility, is the administration of water and wastewater services something that's part of your area of responsibility?
No.
Doesn't the county employ a manager of environmental systems that has responsibility for the county's water and wastewater systems?
Yes.
And that is Steve Hollett?
Correct.
And your current position doesn't actually involve administering the county's water and wastewater system, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you now responsible for overseeing FCSS, recreation, leisure, and cultural programming for the county?
Manager of a coordinator that does those services, yes.
All right. Were you directly involved in negotiating the water and wastewater agreement we referred to with the town on the county's behalf in 2013?
Not directly.
Okay. Were other county staff involved in negotiating the agreement on behalf of the county?
The CAO.
And the CAO at that time, the chief administrative officer, was Luc Mercier, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Mercier had primary responsibility for negotiating the agreement?
Yes. And council.
Thank you. Ms. Lutwig, can you turn to paragraph 12 of your first witness statement, which is Exhibit 2? That's on page 4 of your witness statement.
Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Ward. I was confused by the Exhibit 2 reference and I forgot the paragraph you mentioned.
Oh, sorry. The June 30th statement, the exhibit numbers are new, but her original witness statement is paragraph 12.
Thank you.
So in that paragraph, Ms. Lutwig, you note that section 51 of the water and wastewater agreement requires payment to the town of 2 times the current water sewer offsite levies charged by the town, correct?
Yes.
If you refer to page 16 of that same statement.
We pull this statement up, please. Is it 16, Mr. Ward?
Yeah, sorry, page 16, which is in the exhibits. And Ms. Lutwig, this is an excerpt from the tab, which is the executed water and wastewater agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you would agree then that the final version, the executed version of the agreement, included this section 29?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn.
Sorry, Mr. Ward, I missed your question and I apologize. I'm not asking you to re-ask the witness. I just need to know what you asked her.
I asked her if this was the executed version and then to confirm that this section 29 was contained in the final executed version.
Thank you.
If you turn Ms. Lutwig ahead in the same witness statement to, or in the same exhibit to page 27. This is the execution page for the water and wastewater agreement. Can you confirm who signed the agreement on behalf of the county?
Do you recognize the signatures is what Mr. Ward is recognizing, is
Yes.
asking, sorry.
Yes.
All right, and who are they?
Jim Rennie, who was our mayor, and Luc Mercier, who was our chief administrative officer.
And the version of the agreement that they signed included both section 29 and section 51 that you've referred to, and I can let you look back to confirm that.
Yes.
And you indicated earlier that Mr. Mercier was primarily responsible along with council for the agreement. Would you agree that he was responsible for bringing the final form of agreement to council?
Yes.
And so was Mr. Mercier who was aware at all times of what the agreement was that was being put before council and what agreement was to be executed?
Objection. We can't know what was in Mr. Mercier's head.
Well, I'm talking about responsibilities and her understanding of whose responsibility it was to do those things.
You asked Ms. Lutwig if he was aware, and she cannot know that.
All right, let me rephrase. Is it your understanding that it was Mr. Mercier's responsibility to ensure what agreement was being executed and put before council?
Yes.
And again, you've said you weren't directly involved in the process of negotiating or finalizing the agreements. Am I correct? That was done between Mr. Mercier and the town CAO?
Yes.
If we go back to paragraph 14 of your witness statement, so that's on page 4. Do you see that, Ms. Lutwig?
Yes.
You indicate that the Joint Liaison Committee agreed to amend the water and wastewater agreement to include references to offsite levies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you personally attend that meeting of the Joint Liaison Committee?
No.
So your statement here is simply based on a review of the minutes from that meeting?
And an email received from Ms. Lobberg from the town of Whitecourt.
All right. And it's based on your review of those two things that you formulated this statement.
Correct.
If you go ahead to the next page where on paragraph 17 of your statement. You indicate it's unclear whether County Council ever approved the references to offsite levies in that agreement. Does that continue to be your belief?
Yes.
My friend earlier took you to Mr. Smeal's rebuttal evidence and the references to the March 5, 2013 meeting. If I refer to that as the March 5, 2013 council meeting, you'll understand what I mean.
Yes.
And in fact, perhaps it's easier if we pull that up. So in Mr. Smeal's rebuttal statement, it's in tab 8. Thank you. Would you agree that it appears there was a proper quorum of council present at that meeting?
Yes.
And you were also present at that meeting until 8:45, I assume?
Yes.
Can you turn to page 91? Sorry, on the right-hand side, it shows a motion by Councillor Dean to approve the intermunicipal water and wastewater agreement as presented. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go on to the next page, 92, would you agree, and is it consistent with your recollection that Mayor Rennie plus 6 councillors voted in favor of that motion?
Objection. You can ask her what the document says. You can ask her if she has an independent memory. I'm not allowing her to answer the question you've asked unless I'm overruled by the arbitrator.
Well, I can,
Rephrase, Mr. Ward?
yes, I'll break it into two questions. Would you agree with me that the minutes reflect that the mayor and 6 councillors voted in favor of that motion?
Yes,
Is that consistent with your recollection of what took place at that meeting?
yes,
And would you agree that the mayor and the CAO subsequently executed a water and wastewater agreement on March 11, 2013?
Do you know that?
No.
I don't know if you could hear the witness.
Sorry, did she say no?
yes,
Correct, yeah.
sorry, no.
Can we go back to Ms. Ludwig's witness statement?
The first one,
Yes, that's right.
thank you.
And can we turn to page 21?
Sorry.
Ms. Ludwig, I want to go back to the fact that you were, your witness statement suggested you were not clear about some of the clauses as to whether they would be contained in the final agreement. On the page I'm showing you, one of the clauses in the agreement is section 55, which says that either party could terminate the agreement on 2 years' notice. Do you see that?
Yes,
And on the following page 22, in section 56E, it provided that that 2-year termination period was not subject to the dispute resolution process under the agreement. Do you see that clause?
yes,
And you haven't suggested that either of those were new paragraphs that you were not expecting to see in the agreement. Is it fair to say that you expected and understood those would be part of the agreement between the two parties?
yes,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ludwig. Can I now refer you to what I believe is Exhibit 3, your reply evidence on water and wastewater dated July 30th?
Ms. Sandler, if I can just ask that you pull that up in the event that we need to reference specific passages. Thank you.
I'm trying to locate that, Sharon, in your folders that were provided.
If you can't locate it, I'll send it to you right now. Ms. House, could we just take a 5-minute break so I can deal with that housekeeping item? I'm so sorry.
Sure, it gives people a chance to just stretch for a moment. So 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I received that, Sharon.
You got it? Okay, perfect, thank you. I'm not sure how that didn't get saved on your system, but whatever, hiccups happen.
Are we ready to continue?
We are on our end. Thank you
Okay.
for your patience.
Let's go.
Um,
Mr. Ward, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So were you going to pull up? Oh, perfect. Thank you. And if you turn specifically to tab 2, which is on page 5. Ms. Slutwig, I understand this is a map showing areas covered by the 2013 Intermunicipal Development Plan, the 2013 Water Servicing Agreement, the 2006 Intermunicipal Services Agreement for Sackdoa Estates, and the 2016 Intermunicipal Services Agreement for Deer Park Estates. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the boundaries of the 2013 Water Servicing Agreement, just to be clear, are shown in blue.
correct.
And the boundaries of the IDP are shown in red. Is that correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that the two boundaries do not exactly coincide or align?
Correct.
So part of the red area in the north, in other words, is not covered by the blue area.
That's correct.
And likewise, part of the blue area in the southwest is not covered by the red area. And the town and the county agreed to these particular boundaries in 2013?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 4 of the witness statement, which is on page 7? Ms. Ludwig, this is an email from Pat Vincent to the county's mayor and council dated November 11, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Vincent was the chief administrative officer of the county at the time. Is that correct?
He was an interim CAO. That's correct.
Under the heading airport service fees in that email, the email says, and I'm going to quote a passage from it for you. 2 times the current water sewer offsite levy rate overcompensates the town of Whitecourt for the provincial grant funding that the town of Whitecourt is not able to receive for Woodlands County. To your knowledge, is that a reflection of the county's views regarding the offsite levy rates?
Yes.
Would you agree that the town and county were in negotiations at the time regarding the water and wastewater agreement, as well as other shared service agreements?
Yes.
And up until this point, the water and wastewater agreement calculated connection fees by using 2 times the prevailing offsite levy rate in the town?
Yes.
And do you agree that the town cannot obtain grant funding from the province for connection fees charged within the county?
Sorry, Mr. Ward, I'm not sure why I didn't quite follow that. Can you just repeat? I apologize.
All right, the town cannot obtain grant funding from the province for connection fees charged within the county. Is that correct?
Do you know that?
I'm uncertain to that.
All right, you don't disagree, you're just not sure if that's the case.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that for connection fees within the town can obtain grant funding in addition to collecting offsite levies?
Yes.
Just to confirm, I believe you haven't included the entire email in this tab. Is that correct?
Is there page 2 to that?
Is there page 2? Can we?
It's flipped.
It just needs to be rotated.
Right. So on page 8 of your witness statement, it appears to stop. I assume there's more to the email beyond that, but you've just appended this portion of it.
Yes.
Do you recall what was in the rest of the email?
Can I refer to it?
So I think what Ms. Skibig is saying is that she has a copy and she's asking if she can refer to it. I think if it was excluded, it was inadvertent, but let me just check. I'd like just to have a look at it before we go there. I can find it. Yes. So just to confirm, the copy that the witness has just passed me is exactly the same as what we produced.
All right. So Ms. Lutwig, you're not aware of whether there's more to the actual original email. The copy you've seen is what you've produced in your witness statement.
Yes,
I take it though that the next page of your witness statement, page 9, that spreadsheet was an attachment to the email.
yes,
Do you know who prepared that spreadsheet?
that was myself.
And would you agree that the spreadsheet shows only non-residential properties located in the county?
Yes. However, that's because that's what the levy is collected on, is only specifically the northeast of 30, 59, 12 west of the 5th, in which it's an industrial park. So that section 29 of the water and wastewater agreement only reflects offsite levy collection for that particular development.
Right. And Ms. Lutwig, would you agree that the changes in offsite levies would also increase the amount that properties in the town would have to pay?
With the examples that we provided, yes,
And would you agree, Ms. Lutwig, that the purpose of offsite levies is to defray the cost of constructing new services to new developments?
yes,
Would you agree that constructing new facilities in the county that connect to the town's water and wastewater system could impose costs on the town?
I'm uncertain.
Can you hear the witness, Mr. Ward?
Pardon me?
She just said I'm uncertain. I just wasn't sure.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I know. So Ms. Louie, I'm just gonna have to, sorry, ask you to speak up a little bit.
Ms. Lewig, the purpose of the service connection fee is to help defray costs that are incurred along those lines. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, the purpose of the service connection fee is to help defray the costs that are imposed on the municipality's services. Is that fair?
I'm unclear as to what you're meaning.
Well, you've said that you're not sure whether constructing new facilities that connect to the town's water system would result in new costs. Is that right? You're not sure if that's the case?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the purpose of a service connection fee is to help fund costs resulting from the increased connection or the increased development?
Yes,
Would you agree that the town cannot collect property taxes from properties located in the county that access its water and wastewater services?
correct.
Would you also agree that non-residential properties in the county generally pay lower municipal taxes than non-residential properties in the town?
I'm uncertain to that.
All right. Can I refer you to Janine Loberg's June 30th statement on water and wastewater services?
Which part of the June 30th statement? Sorry, Mr. Ward.
Sorry, it's Janine Loberg's water and wastewater services statement.
Okay. Just to be really transparent, we're just trying to make sure that we have an electronic copy on the laptop in front of Ms. Lubig, in addition to the one that's on the screen, because the one on the screen is slightly distorted. So if you just give us a moment.
No problem.
Thanks. Do you have a location you'd like the witness to look, or do you just want to recognize the statement first?
Yes, sorry, it's page 172 once you're able to pull it up.
Okay, thank you. You on this end, would you like Ms. Antler to put that page on the screen, Mr. Wood?
Sure.
What, Sharon, excuse me, what am I looking for?
The town evidence from June 30, the water wastewater, which is Janine Loberg, and at page 172. And there's 253 pages. So Mr. Wood, I have 172. I have Nichols Applied Management Inc. Figure 4.2, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, great. So it's a bar graph, Ms. Antler, when you get there.
Perfect. So Ms. Ludwig, in Ms. Loberg's affidavit, in her witness statement at paragraph 11, she refers to a regional business park feasibility study that was prepared by Nichols Applied Management in 2020. Are you familiar with that study?
Yes,
And do you agree that that report was prepared for both the town and county?
yes,
And on the screen in front of us in 172, do you see a comparison in non-residential taxes between the two municipalities?
yes,
And do you agree in that context that Woodlands County's rates are lower than the town's?
Document says what it says. This witness is not an expert in tax rating. You're asking me to interpret someone else's document, so I'm going to object.
Well, do you have any information to disagree or suggest that that information is incorrect, Ms. Ludwig?
no,
If you go back to the previous page, 171, have you reviewed this appendix in Ms. Loberg's water and wastewater statement, Ms. Ludwig?
I'm just going to ask you to re-ask your question once Ms. Ludwig's had a chance to look at what the page you sent her to, 171. Did you hear the question?
yes,
He's asked if you reviewed the statement. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, so you said you have reviewed this report?
yes,
Do you agree that this chart shows the impact of the 2017 changes to the offsite levy rates for both the town and county?
yes,
And would you agree that the changes to the 2017 offsite levies increased the levies for developments in both the town and the county?
yes,
And that on a per hectare basis, the rates are still lower in the county?
Again, the document here says what it says, and I don't believe you asked Ms. Ludwig if she prepared it, but I don't believe she did. At the end of the day, I'm not going to have you continue to ask her questions about interpreting a document that she didn't produce and prepare.
All right.
I'm objecting.
That's fine. Ms. Ludwig, if you go ahead to the next page, back to 172. In looking at figure 4.3, Nichols Applied Management had concluded the town's offsite levies were relatively inexpensive when compared to other municipalities. Do you agree with that assessment?
Do you have any knowledge about that one way or the other? I think I'm just going to ask the witness whether she knows at all.
no,
Mr. Ward, I don't mean to be disruptive, but the reality is this witness is not being produced with respect to taxation or levies generally in between communities. So I think you can ask her about her knowledge before you jump to questions like that to avoid my objections.
Well, in fairness, Ms. Roberts, this witness produced a tab in which she said the offsite levies are unreasonable and not appropriate. And I appreciate it was Mr. Vincent's email, but she is the one producing that evidence. But I'll move on in any event. Can you pull up the rebuttal statement from Kara Kennedy relating to recreation services, please?
Sorry, the rebuttal statement from
your witness, from Ms. Kennedy, with respect to recreation services? So this would be an email from Kara Kennedy of July 31st, dealing with recreation services.
Ms. Antler, do you want to pull up that statement? Please.
The issue I'm having is my documents aren't named by witness names, so I need some direction.
Okay.
Okay, so when I provided them, they have county reply dash recreation bracket Kennedy. You don't have that? If those aren't the names that you have, Ms. Antler, I'll provide you on our lunch break with a copy of the documents as I produced them. And I apologize for the difficulty. So if you give me a moment, I'm just going to send you a link to this document right now. I'm providing Ms. Howes and Mr. Ward. Last time I sent over to Ms. Antler, I copied you, as you would have noticed, or maybe you haven't, but I did. I'm going to do the same, and I'm just going to send a link to the redacted copy of this statement, because that would be my preference, that we use the version that we have redacted out individuals' names within one of the exhibits. So I'll do that momentarily.
That's fine. Thank you.
Copy both. Thank you. Sorry. Just give me 1 second. It's too big. I'm gonna draw what I hope is a reasonable inference that Ms. Antler may need to download that briefly. It's a bigger statement. Do we want to just take 2 minutes to maybe take a stretch, Ms. Howes?
That's fine if the witness needs to review the document before questioning a few minutes.
Perhaps
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that's happened. I think that's a fair comment from Ms. Howes. Mr. Ward, do you want to give the witness and tell her where you're taking her so that we can give her a moment to do that?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I actually only have a little bit left, but there's an email, which is tab 8 of that statement, which is an email from Ms. Lutwig, an email exchange she has. So if she wants to take a minute to review the email exchange she has with Ms. Grande, those are the only questions I'll have for her when we come back.
Okay, great.
And I think a page number on that, Mr. Ward?
Yes, it's tab 8 at page 190.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have her review that. We'll wait until Ms. Antler lets us know she's ready. I'll just mute us for the moment.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're ready on our end, Mr. Ward. So whenever you and Ms. House are ready. See that Ms. Antler has the document up now, and we need page 190.
Go ahead.
2020 email, correct, Mr. Ward?
That's right, yes.
Perfect.
So Ms. Ludwig, this is an email exchange between yourself and Chelsea Grande at the town. Do you recall this email exchange?
Yes,
And Ms. Grande, just for the record, is the Director of Community Services for the town. Is that correct?
yes,
In your email, you asked Chelsea if you could get the membership list for the Alan and Jean Milner Center. Do you recall asking that?
yes,
And am I correct that you were also looking for daily intake statistics?
yes,
And is it your recollection that Ms. Grande replied that she didn't have those reports available?
that's correct.
Did Chelsea also speak to you about the types of reports the town was able to pull regarding the Miller Center?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions with Chelsea about these issues beyond the emails here?
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't this simple email exchange. You did have phone conversations about these reports as well?
correct.
Okay. And am I correct that Chelsea offered for you to come into the town offices and view the information that they did have available?
That I don't recall.
Are you saying it didn't happen or just that you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Were you aware that since February 2020, the town changed its IT service provider for the Miller Center?
No,
Did you have any discussions about the fact that the information they had available or could provide changed after that time frame?
not that I recall.
Just a couple more questions, Ms. Ludwig. Going back to the Nichols Applied Management report that we left earlier, am I correct that you were responsible for administering that report on behalf of the county?
Do you know what we're talking about? So can we go back to that document, Mr. Ward? Just, it was a bit of a detour
Yes.
there.
Sorry.
So it, as I understand, it's page 172 of the town's reply from Mr. Snell. Is that correct?
No, it's in Miss Loberg's witness statement on water and wastewater.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the June 30th statement from Ms. Loberg, page 172, the figure 4.2, right?
Yes, but sorry, I'm asking about the report generally. So this is a portion of it. It's tab 12 of that report.
Okay.
I think Ms. Ludwig understood the report I was referring to earlier. My question now was, am I correct that you were the staff member at the county responsible for overseeing that report on behalf of the county?
The entire document?
Yes.
Yes,
And in the course of that, were you the one who was responsible with meeting with Nichols Applied Management as they developed the report?
yes,
And did you have several meetings with them where you were able to ask questions or provide input into the draft report?
yes,
All right, thank you, Ms. Ludwig. Those are all my questions.
Can I have a moment, Ms. House?
Yes,
I'd like 2 minutes, please.
okay, 2 minutes.
You're still under affirmation, so I can. Hi, thank you very kindly. Are we all ready?
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, I have one question sorry, I have one question arising for Ms. Ludwig, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Ludwig, the Nichols report that Mr. Ward referred you to last in your evidence in cross-examination, that report was presented to County Council and was accepted for information only, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you very much. We're finished with this witness. I have no questions, so you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. House. Next, we'll be calling Mr. Andre Bachon. I just need to go retrieve him. So I'll just take one moment to do that.
Okay.
I think what we'll do is we'll take 5 minutes. So if people need more than a 2-minute break to do something, okay? Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Ms. House.
Very good. Thank you.
Are we ready to go?
We are Miss House, and my friend is.
Ms. Roberts?
Sorry, just having a slight delay unmuting and turning the video back on. So our next witness is Andre Bachon, who is doing his statement on water wastewater in reply.
Mr. Bachand, it's Bachand, is that correct?
It is.
I'm Deborah House, the arbitrator, and our practice here in this hearing is to ask witnesses to take a civil promise to tell the truth in the hearing. We call it an affirmation. Are you prepared to do so?
I am.
Okay. So Andre Bachand, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Is our recording going, Ms. Antler? Thank you.
So, Mr. Bachon, I'm just going to ask that you speak fairly audibly. There's HVAC in the room, and everyone needs to be able to hear you, and it also needs to be on the recording. You're also somewhat soft-spoken by nature, as well like the previous witness. So I'm just going to ask that you make sure that you speak up, and then if I ask you to speak up, it's just so that it is captured and everyone can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so now he's not soft-spoken. So, Mr. Bachon, if I can have you refer to your witness statement. It's the witness statement with respect to water wastewater dated July 31, 2021. You have that in front of you?
I do.
And the initial portion of that document, pages 1 and 2, on the first page, it's a cover page. If you turn to the second page, above your printed name there, that's your signature, correct?
It is.
Did you review the statement before you signed it on July 30, 2021?
I did.
Okay. And that includes the tab materials, your CV, and then the Stantec water report that was attached.
Yes.
And it was true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time that you signed the statement.
All except my education, where it says a civil engineering technology diploma. I did take civil engineering technology, but I was one course short of the diploma.
Thank you for letting us know that. So, and that's on your CV, that's at tab 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, that was the only correction that you have to the original statement?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then you've had an opportunity to review this again today for today's examination?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And any corrections that you've noticed from the time that you signed this?
No.
Other than the one that you just shared with us?
No.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions for the witness. And I will ask that Mr. Bachon, if you might answer the questions from Mr. Ward, who's counsel for the town of Whitecourt, and from Ms. House, our arbitrator, if she has any.
All right.
Mr. Ward, if you have no objections to the statement, we'll mark it as Exhibit 4.
I do not. Ms. Roberts, there are two statements, I believe, that Mr. Bachon provided. One in relation to water and wastewater and one in relation to roads.
Did you want me to put them together at the same time? I was only going to do water and then move to the roads, but yeah, I can put them in at the same time if you like.
I mean, that's fine. I don't know procedurally what you prefer, but if you want to put in all his statements, I can then go quickly through them without sort of stopping to have you reintroduce them, Ms. House, if that's easier.
I'm happy to do that. Ms. House, is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Bachon, you also have a witness statement before you. Do you have that now, the roads statement?
Yes.
Okay. So you have in front of you, I know there's a correction on page 1. I see that your name is misspelled with an R instead of an N. Your last name is Bishar instead of Bishon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize for that. And so you reviewed, again, this statement, the body of the statement is pages 1 through 3, with 1 being the cover page, correct?
Correct.
If I have you turn to page 3, above your name, there spelled correctly, that is your signature, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed this before you signed it on July 30th,
I did.
and it was correct and true and accurate, sorry, to the best of your knowledge at that time.
Yes,
And have you reviewed it again in preparation for today?
I did.
And did you notice anything that needs correction other than, again, you referencing your CV to the education?
Other than that and the name.
The name on the front page?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And your name that appears in paragraph 1 and below your signature on page 3, those are spelled correctly, correct?
They are.
Okay, thank you. So if I may ask that council and Ms. Howes, if you would correct your copy on the front page to replace the R for an N, with apologies in my office. There's a typo there, it wasn't cat. So Mr. Bishon, this statement that you made here on July 31 with respect to roads, this was in response to a statement from the town, correct?
That's correct.
And you referenced that in paragraph 4 of the statement, correct?
I thought we were doing the wastewater, so I went back there.
Sorry, so paragraph 4 of your July 30, 2021 statement with respect to arterial and collector roads. Paragraph 4, you refer to having read what we call the town's road statement submitted by Peter Smill on behalf of the town.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm just going to have you, sorry, I'm just going to ask Ms. Antler, are we able to pull up Mr. Bishon's roads statement? So county roads, July 31 materials?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then may I ask that we also pull up town evidence from June 30th, arterial and collector roads is the statement name. It may just be under roads in the document statement from the June 30 statements.
Could you repeat that, Sharon, please? Ms. Roberts?
Sorry, may I also have you pull up the town evidence from June 30th with respect to roads? The statement itself refers to arterial and collector roads. I think the statement may just be called, the document originally as received was maybe just called roads. And it's the town by Peter Smill. It's dated June 28, it was signed June 28, 2021. They were exchanged on June 30.
Ms. Roberts, is this what you're looking for?
Can you, yes, I believe so, yes, it is. So if the document that's up on the screen there at the moment, Mr. Bishon, that's the town's statement from Mr. Smill that you're responding to in your road reply statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions in direct for this witness. So with respect to the road statements, Mr. Bishon, I'm going to ask that you answer Ms. board's questions with respect to both. I'm not sure which one Mr. Ward referred to first, but he'll ask you questions about both your water, wastewater and the roads statement.
Okay,
And Mr. Ward, if you have no objections on the statement on roads, July 31st, 21, we'll mark it as Exhibit 5.
No objection. Thank you, Ms. House.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, and for the purpose of orienting us, those two statements, along with Mr. Smeal's statements on roads that are on the screen, are the documents I'll refer to. So if I refer to Mr. Smeal's evidence on roads, it's this June 30th statement that's on the screen now, and I'll take you back to that at various points. So, Mr. Bouchard, if we start with your Exhibit 4 dealing with water and wastewater, at tab 2 of that report, you've appended a Whitecourt Airport water distribution system analysis that was prepared by Stantec. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And that report was prepared at the request of the county.
It was,
And I take it by the date of the report that it was prepared back in 2018.
yes,
And am I also correct that that report was never provided or shared with the town, at least before your report in these proceedings?
that's correct.
All right. All right, Mr. Bouchard, can I get you to turn to Mr. Smeal's road evidence that we were just referring to?
Hey, just to let you know that I don't have an R in my name. It's Bashan.
Sorry, yes. Ms. Roberts did a lot of work to correct that, and I've already made that mistake, so I apologize. If you turn in Mr. Smeal's evidence summary to page 9. There have been references in each of your documents to the 1998 Public Highway Agreement. You would agree with me that this is the agreement that we're referring to?
Yes,
And the agreement was originally between the town and the province, is that correct?
that's correct.
And is it your understanding that the Public Highway Agreement was later amended in 1993?
93 or 94, I can't remember which one, but yes, it was.
If you turn to page 14 of that witness statement.
Yes, 93.
All right, thank you. And would you agree that the province's responsibilities under the agreement were transferred to the municipal district of Woodlands once it was incorporated?
Yes,
And is it your understanding this occurred in 1994?
yes,
And would you agree that the Public Highway Agreement made the county responsible for construction and maintenance of certain arterial roads located in the town?
yes,
And those roads are West Mountain Road and Tower Road?
those are two of them, yes.
And if I refer to West Mountain Road, am I correct? It's also known as Govenlock Road, and that's the same road we're speaking about?
It was back in the day.
And you said there were others. The agreement also specifies that the town would assume responsibility for a portion of Flats Road outside of the town boundary. Is that correct?
Yes, and Woodlands County was responsible for a portion of the old Blue Ridge Highway.
Right. All right. And is it your understanding in 2020 that the town formally annexed the lands that contained Flats Road?
Yes,
And would you agree that under the agreement, the parties are obligated to perform winter road maintenance as well on the roads they're responsible for?
we were.
Would you agree that both Tower Road and West Mountain Road primarily service county residents?
That's debatable.
All right, well, if we go to Appendix 10 of Mr. Smeal's evidence summary, that's on page 27.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, just a second, I think you have a different document than us. So,
The document on the screen is the correct one.
yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that. This is
oh, it's this one.
sorry, we were on the same page now. Sorry, Mr. Ward. Witness is with you.
No, that's fine. I'm not sure, Ms. House, if you're looking for something, I can wait. Okay.
Oh, you're on mute, Ms. House. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm good. I was just finding the same thing, so.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. You recognize this as being a map of the town?
Yes,
Would you agree that West Mountain or Governorlock Road is shown in red?
yes,
And you agree with the depiction of Tower Road that's shown in blue?
yes,
And would you agree with the description of Blue Ridge Road that's shown in yellow?
yes,
Would you agree that there's very little development adjacent to the West Mountain Road within the town boundaries?
pretty much.
Okay. And would you agree there's very little development adjacent to Tower Road within the town?
Yes,
And would you agree there's very little development adjacent to Blue Ridge Road within the town?
yes,
If you turn to the next page 28 of that witness statement, which is Appendix 11. Do you have that?
yes,
Would you agree with the depiction that the residential areas of the county are shown in orange?
yes,
And would you agree that West Mountain Road connects from the southern area of town to a residential area located in the county?
it does.
And would you agree that Tower Road then connects West Mountain Road to a residential area located in the county?
Yes,
And would you also agree that Blue Ridge Road connects East Whitecourt to the county?
it does.
In 2012, did the county complete road-based construction at Tower Road and West Mountain Road?
In 2012, yes, the county did do base work on West Mountain Road, but that base work in 2012 was roughly 4.5 kilometers away from the town boundary on West Mountain Road.
Okay. Did it also include the portion inside the boundary?
No, the portion inside the town boundary was actually conducted, let's see, I think the first 800 meters were conducted by the town in 1994. And I believe they had ISL engineering conduct that work. The next 4.5 kilometers were completed in 1999. The next 2.2 kilometers were done in 2003.
All right. If going back to 2012, then I may have asked about West Mountain Road. Did you complete road-based construction at Tower Road?
There was some base work done on Tower Road in 2012. However, in 1998, the first portion of Tower Road was, had the base work done, in which the town was consulted.
Okay, and how was the town consulted on that work?
I believe there's a written document.
Okay, and was the town consulted in 2012 when the county did further road-based construction work?
I don't believe so.
And in 2014, did the county complete a paving project on Tower Road?
Yes,
And did the county consult with the town before proceeding with those upgrades?
I don't believe so.
And in fact, under the public highway agreement, you didn't need consent or input from the town before proceeding with that work. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And that's why the county was making decisions at that time with respect to the roads on its own without seeking input from the town. Is that fair?
I can't comment. I wasn't here.
All right. You're not sure why the decision was made. It's just that they didn't feel the need to seek input from the town is what you're aware of.
Objection. It's a rephrasing of the same question. Mr. Rashad was not here as evidenced by his CV. And he just said that.
All right. Would you agree that in proceeding with paving and other upgrades to the roads, that increases the maintenance costs for the roads going forward?
Not necessarily.
You don't believe that maintaining a paved road is more expensive than a gravel road?
Maintaining? No.
So your view is that the upgrades that the county performed would not increase in any way the costs associated with future maintenance of those roads?
As far as maintenance goes, no.
Right. How about other costs associated with the roads?
That all depends on the traffic load of a road.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Means the kind of traffic, kind of loads that are carried by a road.
So increased volume can have an effect on the costs associated with maintaining the road?
Depending on the type of loads.
And is what you're trying to suggest that with higher volumes of road, a paved road may be preferred as a way of maintaining the road?
I don't understand your question.
Well, a couple times I've asked if your view is that it would increase costs, and you said not with respect to maintenance. And I want to understand what costs you think could change or increase, if not the maintenance costs.
That all depends on the life cycle of a particular road, and given the types of loads that are on it. And if you defer that over X number of years, it may or may not increase some costs.
All right, can you refer to paragraph 7 of your witness statement on roads? So sorry, that would be exhibit 5.
Yes.
So you indicate, you indicate that you sent an email dated August 28, 2020 to Ms. Loberg. Ms. Loberg is a director of planning and development for the town. Is that correct?
I guess.
Do you recall what you said in your email?
Yes.
All right. And it's referred to at tab 2, but I don't actually think it's included because tab 2 is a public highway agreement. Is it fair to say that you indicated in that email that you would be providing notice that the county did not intend to continue maintaining those roads?
Going from memory, I think I said we would not be doing winter maintenance moving forward.
And is that a decision that you could make, or was it a decision that had to be made by county council?
At the time, that was, I'm trying to think of the word. Can't think of the word, but the CAO had given me the authority to negotiate that agreement. And it did go to council at a later date.
So this email was sent in the context of your negotiations in terms of what you were advising the town your position would be?
That was an email sent to Janine, not what it would be, what it was, that we would not conduct further maintenance on those roads.
All right, and that was a unilateral decision that was made by the county?
It was.
And the county didn't consult with the town before sending this email?
We did consult. That was part of the negotiations. And given that the town annexed the portion of Flats Road that they were maintaining, basically there was no reason for us to keep maintaining their roads if they were not maintaining any of our roads.
All right, and in paragraph 10 of your witness statement, that's where you refer to the minutes of a November 3, 2020 council meeting. Do you see that?
Yep.
Well, can you go to tab 4, sorry? And sorry, I think you'll have to go down to the next page. So the actual motion there is that council directs administration to send a formal letter to the town of Whitecourt stating that as per previous notifications, Woodlands County will be withdrawing services from the public highway agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
Am I correct that the county never did send any further notice to the town?
I'm not sure if that was sent or not.
You don't have any information you could point to suggest that any further correspondence was provided to the town?
No.
Because the county has informed the town it would no longer do any winter maintenance on the roads, I take it your expectation is that the town would provide that maintenance going forward?
That's right. And I did observe their equipment maintaining those roads moving forward.
And it's your view that they should do that because the roads are located within town boundaries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe the maintenance that you saw the town performing on the road?
Snow plows, sanders, and graders. Removing snow, doing winter maintenance.
Isn't it also the case that the county has continued to perform services on the road after that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that the county conducted crack sealing during this past season?
This past spring, we did do some crack sealing, yes. And I was in contact with Cam Ruse from the town, informing him that we would do that this year, as it was part of the tender that was, this was the last year of a 3-year tender.
And were you receiving complaints or concerns from any county residents that used those roads?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Ms. House, can I just have 2 minutes?
Yes, go ahead. If you're ready, Mr. Ward, go ahead.
Sorry, we're talking about sod. Sorry, we got distracted. Sorry, Mr. Ward.
That's fine. Just a couple more questions. You spoke earlier about the effect of increasing volumes, and we had gone through the use of the road for county residents. Is there any change in terms of the volumes from what we discussed earlier? That is to say, do you have any reason to believe there's increased usage by town residents as opposed to the county residents we looked at earlier?
Did you follow this question? Sorry? Did you follow this question?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Actually, West Mountain Road, yes, increased queues, specifically Miller Western, that have the lumber mill within Woodlands, within the town of Whitecourt. I think 2 years ago, 2,500 loads of logs came down West Mountain Road. So, yeah, there's an increase from, I will say Miller Western is a town resident.
Yeah, and I was speaking specifically in the last year since 2020 that we referred to. Have there been any significant changes?
I don't think so.
Just to be clear, for the record, if a road is paved, obviously that means that it has to be plowed throughout the winter. Is that fair?
Paved or gravel, it has to be plowed in the winter.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the capital costs associated with repaving a road and replacing the base is more expensive?
It all depends on the traffic, what kind of loads.
Are you also aware of concerns about the base on Tower Road failing?
No,
You're not aware of any problems connected to Tower Road?
nothing comes to mind right now.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question rising, Ms. House. May I go ahead or would you prefer to? Okay. So, Mr. Rashan, you a few times mentioned using a past tense when you were asked some questions. The first one was responsibility for winter management. Do you recall being asked questions by Mr. Ward about the responsibility for winter management and responding with the phrase "we were"?
Yes, we were.
Okay. May I ask you to explain what you meant by that?
What was that reference to again?
Oh,
Sorry.
the question was the county responsible for winter maintenance?
Yes, so we were, yes, meaning when we still had that agreement in place before I told Janine on behalf of the county that we would not be maintaining in the future. So prior to that, we were doing winter maintenance.
Thank you. That's my only question, Ms. House.
Mr. Bashaw, I have no questions, so thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shumway, stay as you wish. Our next witness for the county is Shannon Wharton, who has two subject matters. One is the Forest Interpretive Center, and the second is St. Joseph's School. Although I have left the room, I have not left for long enough to take care of personal responsibilities like washroom break. So I wonder if I might have 5 minutes, so I might do that, and then I can call Ms. Wharton and introduce both statements.
Yes, no problem. Thank you. Mr. Ward, any comment?
Ms. Roberts, I was just going to say, we can decide when we want to break for lunch today. I think Ms. Wharton's will be a bit longer, so I'm not sure that I would finish before we'd likely want to take a lunch break. So I'm in both of your hands as to when you want to do that, but I just thought I'd flag that likely it will go over the lunch break. I don't know if you have a concern about your witness being under oath during the break and would prefer to have an early lunch or how you want to deal with it, but I'm in your hands.
Okay, I think I'm okay with taking an early lunch. Ms. House, do you have a preference? It makes the afternoon part of the day a little longer. We have 2 witnesses left for the day based on Mr. Ward's schedule. So the first is Ms. Wharton and the second is Mr. Webb, who's on for file for the county.
I think what we can do is take a 10-minute break between those 2 witnesses. So 10 or 15 minutes or whatever. So now is a good time to take a lunch break. Appreciate it's a little early, but I think we're close enough. So we'll take 30 minutes at this point in time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, we'll reconvene the hearing. Ms. Roberts, your next witness was going to be Shannon Wharton. Is that correct?
Sorry, I muted. It is correct. And I will call her. Ms. Antler just sent me a note and I'm just trying to link her to the set of statements that I'm sending that link. And if you just give me one moment, I'm going to do that just to make sure that if there's any other issues, she's got the same materials we have.
Okay.
And then I will happily start with Ms. Wharton.
Okay, thank you.
I just need about 30 seconds.
The attachments.
Sorry, I'm asking if people are ready to proceed and I'm muted. Sorry. Not really helpful.
Thank you.
It's like you're all very quiet. So my apologies for the delay there. So we have Shannon Wharton. Ms. Wharton has provided 2 responding reply witness statements. One of them is a combined in response to 2 statements from the town. That is the response to the municipal center statement and the École Saint Joseph school site statements. So that's the combined response from Ms. Wharton. And then in addition to that, Ms. Wharton has put in a statement in reply to the Forced Interpretive Center evidence of the town. So I'll start with the latter first.
We'll start with the affirmation first, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm jumping right ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Ms. Wharton, I'm Deborah Howes. I'm the arbitrator, and our practice in the hearing is to ask witnesses to take the civil promise to tell the truth, which we call an affirmation. Do you have any objections to doing so?
I do not.
Okay, so Shannon Wharton, W-H-A-R-T-O-N, is that correct?
That is.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. So I will be starting with the Forced Interpretive Center statement. And Ms. Wharton, what I'll first do is just have you confirm you have a physical copy in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. And if I have you turn to page 4 of that statement, below the words signed July 30, 2021, and above your name that's printed there, that is your signature?
That's correct.
Okay. And you reviewed this statement and the materials that were provided to be appended to it before you signed it, I take it?
I did.
And it was true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time that you signed it?
It was.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review it for today as well?
Yes.
Did you notice anything that required correction, or do you still believe the contents are true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It's good. Yes, it's fine.
So meaning it's still, your answer's the same as when you first signed it?
Yes, that's correct.
And in preparing this statement, you were responding, as you referenced, you were responding to the statement provided on behalf of the town with respect to the Forced Interpretive Center, correct?
Correct.
And do you have a copy of that in front of you?
Of course, the towns no. Or actually, wait a minute. I think we pulled them up here, so I do.
So
material here, so, okay, I do have it in front of me.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that Ms. Antler has a copy as well. So Ms. Antler is pulling up the documents in front of us on the large screen. And so this is the Forest Interpretive Center statement signed June 28, 2021 by Chelsea Grande. And that's the statement we were just talking about, correct?
Correct, yes,
And you reviewed that before you signed your responding statement, correct?
I did.
And then secondly, I'm going to have you turn to the statement that's the combined response to the municipal center and the school site. Okay. And this one, if we turn to page 4 again. What we have below the words signed July 30th, 2021 by, and then above your name that's printed there, that's your signature.
Correct,
Great, thank you. And you reviewed this as well before you signed it?
I did,
And to the best of your knowledge, you believed it was true and accurate at that time?
I do,
And any corrections today, sorry, did you review it again for today?
yes,
Okay, any corrections or changes?
no,
Okay, and this statement was responding to 2 statements from the town. The first of which was a statement made by Janine Scheck-Loberg dated June 30, 2021, with respect to this Nicole St. Joseph school site, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And the second one was a statement also signed by Chelsea Grande with respect to the municipal center, and it is dated June 28, 2021.
yes,
And you reviewed both of those before you signed the statement that we just reviewed from you on July 31.
I did, yes.
Great. Those are all of my questions in introducing the witness for both of those statements. So what I'll ask you, Ms. Wharton, is that Mr. Ward, who's asking questions on behalf of the town today, will have some questions for you, and I just ask that you answer them. Ms. House may or may not have some questions for you, and if she asks some questions, you'll just answer them truthfully to the best of your ability.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ward, unless you have objections, we'll mark the witness's statement as response to the Forest Interpretive Center as Exhibit 6, and her statement in response to the Municipal Center and the École Saint-Joseph School at Exhibit 7.
Thank you. No objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. So, Ms. Wharton, you are an executive assistant and the FOIP coordinator for the county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you responsible for overseeing the county's involvement in the Forest Interpretive Center?
No, I'm not.
And sorry, if I refer to the Forest Interpretive Center in my questioning as FIC, you'll know what I mean?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have any responsibility for overseeing school construction projects in your position?
no,
All right. If we start with your witness statement on the Forest Interpretive Center on FIC, if you turn to your paragraph 4, that's on page 3 of the statement.
yes,
You've indicated there that the FIC houses the town of Whitecourt's council chambers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is it also correct that the county has never contributed to costs associated with the portion of FIC that houses the council chambers?
Do you know that? I do not know that.
Okay. You don't have any understanding of that?
No,
Am I correct that the FIC is also home to a tourist information center?
yes,
And the tourist information center contains information about both the town and the county?
that's my understanding.
And does the Tourist Information Center provide information about events hosted in both the town and the county?
I have no idea.
Does the Tourist Information Center provide information, does the Tourist Information Center provide booking and payment services for the Groat Creek Recreation Area?
They do.
And the Groat Creek Recreation Area is located in the county, is that correct?
Yes.
And does the Tourist Information Center provide booking and payment services for the Eagle River staging area?
I'm not sure. I don't believe that's a county owned area, so I don't know.
Okay, you're just not familiar with the Eagle River staging area.
That's correct.
Are you, and just to confirm, the question I had asked is whether the Tourist Information Center provides booking and payment services for the Eagle River staging area. Do you know that?
I have no idea.
Does the Forest Interpretive Center also contain a museum?
They do.
And does the museum contain exhibits pertaining to the forestry industry in the town and the county?
I'm not 100% sure. I've been there, but I couldn't say if they do or they don't.
All right. If I shorten that to just say, are you aware that the museum contains exhibits relating to the forest industry generally? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And does the Forest Interpretive Center include a heritage park?
Yes.
And does the heritage park include historical buildings from both the town and the county?
I believe so, yes.
And is it your understanding that the FIC hosts school groups regularly?
That I don't know.
You're not aware of whether, you have no understanding of whether school groups attend the Forest Interpretive Center?
No.
Am I correct that the FIC hosts offices for economic development activities in both the town and the county?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. Is it correct that the Forest Interpretive Center hosts offices for economic development activities in both the town and the county?
Did you say holds offices?
Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe I'm not speaking loudly either. I asked if
It's just, I think neither of us are catching that part of your
Yeah.
question. I'm sorry.
okay, my question was whether it contains or hosts offices for economic development activities in both the town and the county.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Does the Chamber of Commerce conduct activities in both the town and the county?
I have no idea.
Are you aware in January 2008 whether the county entered into an agreement with the town and the Chamber of Commerce regarding the management and coordination of services at the FIC?
I've seen documentation on it.
Okay. Well, and if we refer to Ms. Grande's witness statement on the FIC at Appendix 5, which is page 18.
I'm sorry, that page again?
Page 18. Oh, sorry. This is not in Ms. Wharton's witness statement. I apologize. This is in Mrs. Grande's Forest Interpretive Center statement that she's responding to.
Document, Ms. Handler was called Forest Interpretive Center Town. There, you have it.
That's the one. Thank you. So, Ms. Wharton, you said you had seen some documentation on an agreement. Is this the agreement that you've seen or are referring to?
Yes,
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the land on which the Forest Interpretive Center is located is owned by the town?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with the transfer of land by the province to the town of the Forest Interpretive Center lands?
Sort of.
All right. I appreciate you may not know the answers to these, but I will ask in any event. Is it correct that the transfer to the town by the province was for nominal consideration?
I believe that's correct.
And are you aware of conditions that were attached to the transfer in terms of what the lands could be used for?
No.
In Ms. Grande's witness statement that you have up now, can you move ahead to Appendix 6, which starts at page 22? All right. Have you seen this before, Ms. Wharton, the municipal land sale agreement between the province and the town for the Forest Interpretive Center?
I would have seen this with this statement, yes.
All right. If you turn ahead to page 26, is it your understanding that these are the primary purposes identified in the agreement for use of the FIC lands?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the Forest Interpretive Center is currently used for those purposes?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of what specific purposes the FIC is used for, you mean?
Well, what's currently there, no.
Ms. Wharton, under the previous cost-sharing agreement between the town and the county, am I correct that the county was responsible for 50% of the costs associated with joint economic development, the tourist booth, and FIC?
That sounds correct, yes.
Since 2008, has the use of the Forest Interpretive Center changed significantly?
I have no idea.
So you wouldn't know the differences between what was happening starting in, say, 2008 to today?
No.
Ms. Wharton, if we go back to your witness statement on the Forest Interpretive Center, can you turn to your, actually the page, no, that isn't it. Sorry, tab 11 of your witness statement, which starts at page 71. That's a request for decision dated September 3, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
And in the request for decision, it indicates the county was considering unilaterally reducing its contribution to the Whitecourt Woodlands Tourism Committee from 50% to 25%. Is that correct?
Objection. If you want to remove the word or unilaterally, I'm not going to agree to the witness agreeing to your characterization. You can ask her what it says.
Right. Is it your understanding that the county was considering reducing its contribution to the Whitecourt Woodlands Tourism Committee from 50% to 25%?
Yes,
And was that a decision that the town supported or agreed with?
I have no idea.
You don't have any information to suggest that that was done by agreement or approval with the town? And did the county ultimately approve that reduction?
Yes,
And do you understand how the county expected the committee to cover the shortfall after the county made that decision?
no. I don't know.
If you turn to the last page of your witness statement, page 86. There is a letter there dated January 9, 2020 from Gordon Frank to Alan Dean. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know, just to confirm, who Mr. Dean is
I do.
and what's his position?
He was a member at large.
The letter advises that the tourism committee has been dissolved. Do you know who initiated the dissolution of the committee?
My understanding and recollection was it was during mediation discussions.
And is it fair to say that the county decided the committee should be dissolved?
I don't know.
Ms. Wharton, if you turn back to paragraph 7 of your witness statement, so that's on page 4. You say there that the county has very rarely utilized the FIC despite being a co-owner of it and paying for half of the expenses in it. Meanwhile, the town routinely utilized and continues to utilize the FIC. Is it fair to say, Ms. Warren, that you don't have a very good understanding of what's actually occurring at the Forest Interpretive Center?
Not as far as the town's portion of it, no.
All right, and when you say that the county has very rarely utilized the FIC, are you referring to county staff and county administration?
Probably both.
Sorry, you said both, to county staff and administration?
Yeah, we seldom use the FIC. I've booked it occasionally, maybe once or twice a year.
All right. But you're not talking about county residents or visitors in terms of the use of the facility. You're referring to the county administration and staff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I assume, given your other evidence, that you don't have any understanding of what portion of visitor inquiries focus on county attractions or events?
No idea.
All right. I'll turn then to your witness statement dealing with the municipal center and St. Joseph's School.
Sorry, may I ask, Mr. Ward, if we may, I have one redirect question on this statement, and my question would just be, can we do that while this is still before us, rather than rifling back through all three, the multiple statements?
I don't have any objection to that.
Okay,
Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
thank you. If I can please have, Ms. Antler, if I can have us go back to the page 72 of the statement that's currently, I believe that was just currently before us. Maybe it was page 71. 1 second, sorry. Just above, sorry, page 71, my apologies. Ms. Wharton, you were asked by Mr. Ward if you, do you recall being asked about this reduction in funding, and Mr. Ward asked you about the reduction from 50% to 25%. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes,
Do you recall saying yes?
yes.
Okay. Do you know that the reduction fact from 50% to 25%?
No.
Thank you. I have one other question, but I just need one moment if I may, and I need to leave the room to ask the CAO a question.
That's fine.
Thank
From
you.
my perspective.
Go ahead.
And we'll be right back. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll wait for Mr. Ward to come back.
I apologize. Mr. Swanberg went to the washroom, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Wharton, my last question for you on this statement was, do you recall being asked about the use of the facilities? This was with respect to, I believe, I'm going to go back to your statement, sorry, on page 4, I think it is. I'm going from memory, so forgive me if I've gotten that wrong. It's paragraph 7 of your statement with respect to the Forest Interpretive Center and the use. And do you recall being asked by Mr. Ward about whether the distinction between staff and administration booking the facility and then residents of the county booking the facility?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether whether the town charges for residents of the county to use the facility?
I have no idea.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Redirect. Thank you for indulging me. And sorry, then, Mr. Ward, you wanted to move to another statement, and I cannot recall which one you were going to.
Sorry, the witness's other statement. So that would be Exhibit 7.
First statement. Okay, great. Thank you. I take it you're going to want to have the witness have the other 2 statements available as well. Ms. Grande's statement, the 2 statements on the municipal center and the school, correct?
Yeah, I was going to say to make it easier to orient. So it would be the, I think you've labeled them Town St. Joseph School and Town Municipal Center. One's from Ms. Grande and one's from Ms. Lober.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Are you ready for me to proceed, Ms. Roberts, or do you?
We're fine, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wharton, am I correct that the École St. Joseph School was constructed in the Athabasca Flats East subdivision?
Yes,
And that's a new subdivision on the east edge of the town of Whitecourt?
that's correct.
And is it fair to say that originally the town and county envisioned combining a school and performing arts center into one facility?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. In describing the project, did the town and county envision combining a school and performing arts center into one facility?
I don't know how to answer that. It was my recollection, it was the school that came to the town and county.
All right, maybe I can take you to tab 13 of your witness statements, page 74.
13, did you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe our page numbering is off by 2 pages.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll have to check because on ours it's 74. So I hope we're looking at the same documents, but that's the right document you have up on the screen in any event.
I seem to have 2 extra pages at the beginning on page 1.
So what page do you have it as, Mr. Ward?
74.
I have this document as page 74 in my copy as well.
This is the one I just downloaded. So I might have got the wrong copy.
It looks like there's an addition to the first 2 pages of your document that probably aren't supposed to be there, and that may have affected the numbering. Like when you went to the start, it looked like there was something before the witness statement.
Yes, there's two extra pages at the beginning.
Right.
The witness has the right page in front of her, so.
Okay,
as long as, like,
yeah, that's fine. I think I can ask based on this. So Ms. Wharton, this is a set of minutes of the Joint Liaison Committee dated October 21, 2009. You see that?
Yes,
And were representatives of both the town and the county at the meeting?
yes,
Were you present at that meeting?
I was not.
There is a heading there at the end of that first page called Arts Facility.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at that time that was referring to a proposed performing arts center that was being considered at the time?
That's correct.
Would you agree that at this meeting, the Joint Liaison Committee discussed funding a feasibility study with respect to the arts facility?
I believe that is exactly what the minutes.
All right. And Ms. Wharton, in fairness, I take it you have no understanding of what occurred here other than what you would read in the minutes themselves?
Exactly, yes.
All right. If you go to the next page, which I was going to call 75, but we'll just call it the next page there.
Okay,
Near the bottom of the page, there's a heading called Joint Land Purchase.
yeah,
Is it your understanding that a joint land purchase agreement was never executed by both councils?
that's my understanding, yes.
All right. Is it also your understanding that at some point in time after this, the project changed to split the Performing Arts Center from the school?
Can you repeat that, please? Sorry.
Sure, and sorry, I think I had asked this, but at this time when we're looking at these things, I believe it was your understanding or consistent with this that the Performing Arts Center and the school were going to be combined into a single project. Was that correct at that time?
And I'm just confused, sorry, like, are we still talking about in reference to these minutes, or is this?
Yes, so this is in 2009.
I have no knowledge of that.
Is it your understanding when it refers to, when we talk about a performing arts center, do you understand that to be the same as the municipal center that's referred to in the town's evidence?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm just trying to use the right terms to make sure that it's clear to you what we're referring to. So when you hear the term performing arts center, are you equating that with what is called the municipal center in the town's evidence?
More or less, yes.
All right, if we talk about the municipal center, it's your understanding, is it your understanding that the municipal center is now proposed to be constructed in downtown Whitecourt?
That's my understanding, yes.
Did the county support making a joint application for an Alberta Community Partnership grant with respect to the municipal center?
I believe so.
And that was one joint application that the county and town made to the Alberta Community Partnership for the Regional Recreation and Culture Integration Plan. Is that correct?
Can you point the document to the witness to a document, please?
Sure. You could find that at Ms. Grande's statement on the municipal center at page 9. Sorry, this is the Forest Interpretive Center evidence, which you can close. I won't be coming back to this one. It's Ms. Grande's statement with respect to the municipal center evidence that I'm referring to.
I can guide the witness there. Sorry, you're gonna need to just remind me of the page number you're at. 9, was it?
9, yeah, it's up on the screen now. So this is a letter from the county's CAO, Luc Mercier, to the town's CAO, Peter Sneal, dated December 20, 2016. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And the letter contains an excerpt from the county minutes showing that the county approved one joint application, and this is what I was referring to the Alberta Community Partnership for the Regional Recreation and Culture Integration Plan. Would you agree that's the case?
Yeah.
And that plan included as a key component the construction of the municipal center. Is that correct?
If you're asking the witness to interpret the document, I think I'm not going to allow you to ask that question. If you want to refer her to something and ask her if that's her understanding of what the document says. Again, the document speaks for itself. So unless you're asking her about her knowledge, I'm not sure where we're going with that.
Well, I was actually asking questions and you asked me to put a document in front of her for context. I mean, if she doesn't know beyond the document, that's okay. But my question was simply her knowledge as to whether the municipal center was a component of the plan that's referred to in this letter.
So that's the question is, do you know that?
If it was a component.
And sorry, I can perhaps be more specific. It talks about the Regional Recreation and Culture Integration Plan project. So my question is whether the municipal center was the key part of that plan.
I have no idea.
Is it your understanding that the town was to be the managing partner of that project?
Well, according to the motion,
You don't
We-
have it yet.
letters all the time back and forth for different grants.
Right. So you don't have any understanding separate from what's set out in the motion there.
That's correct.
Do you understand that the town commissioned a joint study by Bannister Research and Consulting in 2009 with respect to the municipal center?
Do I know they did this?
Yes.
I've seen documents in Chelsea's statement regarding that.
Okay. Can we go to that, which would be page 31?
Of the same one that we were just looking at?
That's right. Yeah. So the report there is dated June 26, 2009. Was it your understanding? Sorry, do you have that?
Yeah, the draft report, right?
That's right, yes. Was it your understanding that this was provided to both the town and the county?
I have no idea.
It's not that you're saying the county didn't receive it, you're just not sure.
That's correct.
Would you agree that the town and the county commissioned a feasibility study in 2011 relating to the municipal center?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I can take you to page 85 of this document. Do you have that, Ms. Wharton?
I do.
So this is a document from RC Strategies. Does that refresh your memory as to whether this feasibility study was provided to the town and county?
I mean, it looks familiar, but I don't know.
Do you know if the county participated in the study with RC Strategies?
I don't know.
Do you know if the Joint Liaison Committee was involved in preparing the feasibility study with RC Strategies?
I don't know.
If you turn to page 89,
You just type in 89, I'll take you there.
so it's the one up on the screen, but I'll let you find it.
Okay.
It refers in the RC Strategies document to thanks to residents, group representatives, community stakeholders, council meetings, and then thanks go out to town and county council and administration who assisted in the planning effort. Do you have any recollection of who was involved on behalf of the county in dealing with this study?
No.
Do you recall whether the Whitecourt and District Public Library prepared a needs assessment report with respect to the library building in 2012?
Do I recall if they did?
Yes.
I don't know.
All right. And I can take you there. So this is at page 235 of the same document.
235?
I think 245, is that right?
235, sorry.
35. Yeah, it's up on the screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay,
And so this is a report prepared by Group 2 Architecture. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Are you familiar with this report at all, Ms. Wharton?
I've seen it. I've seen it before, yes.
Do you know if this report was provided to the Arts and Culture Committee?
To the Arts and Culture Committee, I have no idea.
Do you know if the county had any representation on the Arts and Culture Committee at that time?
I believe we did have a member.
Are you familiar with the library, Ms. Wharton, if I were to ask you questions about information in the report?
I guess it would depend on what you ask.
Well, I will ask, and I'm prepared for you to say that you don't know, but I will take you to those. So
Okay.
if you start firstly by going to page 239.
Okay.
In the first paragraph of the executive summary, the report concluded that the library building was showing considerable wear and tear. Do you agree that's the case?
My personal opinion, do I agree?
In
That
terms,
it's going wear and tear?
in terms of your knowledge of the library on behalf of the county, as best you can.
I'm sorry, I don't understand quite what you're asking me.
All right, well, let me ask it differently. Do you dispute the conclusion that's made there with respect to the wear and tear of the library?
Which conclusion are you talking about?
So in the first paragraph of the executive summary, it says, the facility is showing considerable wear as evidenced by aged ceiling tiles, old floors, tile, and worn delaminating millwork.
Do you have any knowledge of what he's asking you about?
No.
Okay.
And I appreciate you may not know that. That's why I asked that ahead of time. There are other recommendations in the report. Is it fair to say that you would not have any information or knowledge as to whether those are correct or not?
That's correct.
Mr. Ward, I'm just struggling. Where is this relating to the municipal center?
Well, one of the recommendations coming out of this is to construct a new library in partnership with the municipal centers, which is what I'm getting to, Ms. Roberts.
I see. Thank you.
Do you know, Ms. Wharton, if the county was consulted in preparing the needs assessment report?
I don't recall.
If you turn to page 248, near the bottom of the, well, at the bottom of the page where it refers to interviews, consultations, it talks about individuals that were interviewed, and the last person is Cheryl Lawrence from Woodlands County. Can you tell me who Miss Lawrence is?
She used to be the Jet C EDO.
And sorry, just for the record, can you confirm what that acronym is?
It was the Joint Economic Development Committee, and she was the Economic Development Officer.
Thank you. And if you turn to the next page, page 249. It indicates a number of other people that were consulted, including the mayor and CAO of Woodlands County. Do you have any reason to suggest that's not accurate?
No,
If you turn to page 598 of this witness statement, there's a memo here dated June 20, 2018 from Ms. Grande to the CAO of both the town and the county. Do you see that?
I do.
Is it your understanding, sorry, would you agree, Ms. Wharton, that the feasibility study was presented to the county administration?
Do you want to take a moment to review the document? I'm going to need you to repeat your question, Mr. Ward, please.
Sure, I just want the witness to confirm that the library study was presented to the county's administration.
Are you suggesting that this memo was a presentation to the county?
It's a memo to the county's CAO. Let me ask a follow-up question then. It's my understanding, am I correct, that the memo was provided to county council members at a joint retreat in June 2018?
It's asking if you know that.
I don't know that. Yeah.
Are you aware of a joint retreat held in June 2018 with county council members?
Yes.
And you just don't recall whether this memo was presented then or not?
No, like it could be part of the package that was developed. And when I look at the coloring of this RFD, that's kind of what it tells me.
Do you want to refer the witness to page 597?
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
No problem. I think it's easier. I mean, yeah, it's really not her document.
So your council has kindly pointed out the joint council retreat agenda. And I take it, given your evidence on the coloring and its ordering here, that your understanding would be that that document was part of the agenda package provided to council during that retreat.
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that part of the proposed new municipal center is a new library facility, just to be clear?
That the library is a component of the municipal center?
That's correct.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that both the town and the county voted to develop a business plan for the new municipal center?
I don't recall.
If I take you to page 345. Sorry, these are motions from the town of Whitecourt, and I take it you will have no understanding of what was passed or not passed by the town.
That's correct.
So if you turn to the next page, which is 346. These are minutes from Woodlands County Council dated April 13, 2015.
We're there with you, Mr. Ward.
Is there somewhere specifically you wanted the witness to look? I'm not sure if we lost you or Mr. Wood, I didn't hear a question, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just allowing you to get to that document.
Oh, I was saying, sorry, I was trying to tell you we were there.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. So you have the minutes from April 13, 2015, where it appears there were a number of town representatives in attendance at the council meeting. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then on the second page of those minutes, so page 347.
Yeah.
Would you agree that the county voted to approve bringing a detailed building plan for the cultural arts complex back to council for review?
Okay, the document speaks for itself, so I don't think the witness needs to tell you that. It says what it says.
Right.
She has an independent memory, which you haven't asked her.
Ms. Wharton, do you recall Web Management Services Inc. preparing that business plan?
Do I recall if the management services prepared the business plan?
Sorry, that a business plan was prepared by Web Management Services Inc.
I don't recall.
If you turn to page 393. So this is a report from Web Management Services Incorporated. Would you agree that this is the business plan that both councils voted to commission?
I have no idea.
And do you know if this business plan was presented to the council?
No.
And again, it's not that you're saying it wasn't, you just don't have any recollection.
Yeah, I don't have any recollection. It doesn't look familiar.
Ms. Roberts, I apologize. Can I indulge on you on a short break to use the facilities?
100%.
Yep, absolutely. We'll take, I suggest we take 7 minutes.
Okay, I'll be back in exactly 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll put the focus on you.
I'm sorry. I was entertained.
Sorry for that.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Ms. House. Ms. Wharton, are you familiar with the Municipal Center Ad Hoc Committee?
Yes,
And would you agree that the county has continued to be involved in ad hoc meetings regarding the proposed municipal center?
I don't know, actually.
All right, well, by way of example, if we go to page 604 of Ms. Grande's witness statement. This is one of the most recent ones. So this is a ad hoc committee minutes from June 2, 2021. And it refers to Jim Rennie being in attendance in the first paragraph. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Rennie is a counselor for Woodlands County,
That's correct.
and he has continued to be on that committee.
It appears so, yes.
All right, if we turn to St. Joseph School, I believe you've confirmed this earlier, but the school has now been constructed in the Athabasca Flats East subdivision, is that correct?
Yes,
And do students residing in the county attend that school?
I'm assuming.
And you're assuming that because of its location adjacent to the edge of the town and where county residents live?
I'm just assuming there are, like, I could send my own children there if I wanted to, so I'm assuming there are children from the county, I don't know.
Okay, and you say that, Ms. Warren, because you live in the county, you mean, and could send your children to that school?
I live in the town.
Okay. All right.
I think the witness's important answer was, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts. Is it your understanding that the town undertook construction of utilities, roads, and improvements that now service that school?
Yes,
And has the county participated in meetings regarding the construction of the ACO St. Joseph School?
has the county participated in meetings of the construction of the school itself?
Yes.
I don't know.
Can I get you to turn now to Ms. Loberg's statement with respect to the school? So this.
Sorry, Ms. Wharton's own statement?
No, sorry. We can close Ms. Grande's statement with respect to the municipal center and switch to, she's also responding to this one. Yes, Ms. Loberg's statement on the school. So if you turn to page 38 of that statement. So this is a meeting dated September 17, 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
And is it do you have any recollection of this meeting, Ms. Horton?
I do not know.
It indicates that Mr. Mercier, the CAO from Woodlands County, was in attendance. Does that refresh your meeting as to the county's involvement in meetings at this time?
Only to the part that his name's on there and he attended some meetings with regards to something.
Okay. Ms. Wharton, do you know if the county agreed to cover a portion of the project coordinator's costs with respect to developing the École St. Joseph School?
The coordinator's costs?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
If I refer you to paragraph 14 of Ms. Loberg's statement, so that's on page 4. She indicates in that paragraph that the county agreed to cover a portion of the project coordinator's costs, and it recommended the town agree to the framework and pay its proposed share of the project coordinator's costs. Does that refresh your memory? Do you disagree with that statement, Ms. Wharton?
I honestly don't know because it looks like this is the town's RFD, so I don't know.
All right. If you turn to page 41 of that document, there's an invoice for cost sharing made out to the town. Do you recall whether the county also received and paid a similar invoice in 2014?
I wouldn't know.
Do you recall if the county participated in joint correspondence to the Minister of Education with respect to the construction of the school?
Yes.
Do you recall that a business case for the school was presented to the county?
I don't know. I don't recall.
If you turn to page 44 of this document, do you recall this document being prepared for the town and the county and the Living Waters Catholic School Division?
No,
You don't recall anything about that document?
I don't know.
Do you recall the issue of servicing for the St. Joseph School site being discussed with county representatives during construction of the school?
No.
If you turn to page 67 of this document, these are meeting minutes of the steering committee for the École St. Joseph School. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have an understanding of what was referred to in this document as the St. Joseph Whitecourt Woodlands Community Learning Campus Partnership?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Are you referring to the title of the document there, Mr. Ward, if we might further one?
Yes, I am.
The first line.
That's what it's called? Yes.
And my question was just whether you're familiar with that partnership, as it's called there.
Yes.
And was this steering committee made up of members from the town, the county, and the school division?
That was my understanding.
And is it your understanding that they discussed things including servicing of the school site at the committee?
I have no idea.
And like I asked with the municipal center project, Ms. Wharton, would you agree that the county supported joint applications for grant funding relating to the St. Joseph School project as well?
I believe we wrote a support letter.
Okay. If you turn to page 101, this is a letter from the Mayor of Woodlands County dated March 27, 2015. Is this the letter of support that you're referring to?
I can't 100% say. We've done numerous of them.
Okay, there may have been other letters of support on the project, you mean?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the county did participate in the joint application for the Building Canada Fund that is referred to in the motion on this document?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I just missed that.
Yeah, sorry. In the letter, it refers to a county motion. And the county motion says, moved by Councillor Pritchett, the council approved 2 joint applications to the Building Canada Fund, Small Communities Fund for the Athabasca Flats East Development Project and Water System Upgrading Project, with the town of Whitecourt to act as managing partner for both projects.
That's correct, yeah.
And you would agree that the Athabasca Flats East Development Project includes the school project that we're referring to? The St. Joseph ACOL School project?
What's the date of this letter? Sorry.
March 27, 2015.
Thanks.
I would just be assuming.
Okay, we don't want the witness to assume, so I think we.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wharton. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. I don't have anything arising, Ms. House.
And I have no questions. Ms. Wharton, thank you very much for your time. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next witness, pursuant to the request from Mr. Ward for scheduling and with consent from the county, is Scott Webb, who provided a reply statement for fire services. And it is now 12:47. Mr. Ward, are we on schedule based on where you're at?
I think so. I expect we could finish, or even if we don't, that it's not going to eat into our schedule. I mean, obviously we have some things to talk about tomorrow morning, long term, but I don't think we're behind where we want to be.
Okay, I wonder if I might ask just for a short break in that case, and then we can get Mr. Webb in.
I'm okay with that. And in fact, as it turns out, our lunch didn't make it during our early lunch. So if we spend a few minutes now to eat while we wait, I'm certainly okay with that too.
Why don't we come back at 5 after 1?
Sure, that
Sure,
sounds good.
yeah, is that good for you, Mr. Ward?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Whenever we're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I am I'm prepared to call Scott Webb with a reply witness statement regarding fire services responding to the statement from Doug Timshishin. But before we do that, Ms. House, did you want to affirm the witness?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Mr. Webb, W-E-B-B-B, W-E-B-B?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Mr. Webb, I'm Deborah House. I'm the arbitrator, and our practice here in this hearing is to affirm the witnesses, which is to ask them to take a civil promise to tell the truth in the hearing. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, Scott Webb, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Ms. House. So Mr. Webb, you have in front of you, I believe, do you have in front of you? If not, I'll pass it to you. A copy of your statement?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you first to look at the statement that you signed. So your statement is dated on the print there, July 31. And if I can have you turn to page 7, I think it is, 7 of your statement. Am I correct in assuming that the signature above your name printed there and below signed July 30, 2021, that's your signature?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And before you signed this, did you review the contents in their entirety?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. And to the best of your knowledge at that time, they were true and accurate?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review the statement again before you give evidence today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and any corrections, or do you again believe that the contents are true and accurate?
I don't see any corrections.
And just to clarify, you were in providing the statement responding to the statement from the town. Do you have a copy of that in front of you, Mr. Timshishin's statement?
No, I do
I'll provide you a copy. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna ask, we have our paralegal, Ms. Antler, do you have a copy of the fire services statement from the town?
Yes, I do.
Can we pull that up, please? So, Mr. Webb, up on the screen in front of us here in the arbitration, you see a statutory declaration signed by Doug Timshishin dated June 29, 2021.
Yes.
And then the statement that's appended to that, which is Exhibit A to that statement, I'm going to pass over a hard copy for you. I take it you read the statement prior to signing your reply statement, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions for the witness. I'm going to ask Mr. Webb that Mr. Ward will have some questions for you, no doubt. I just ask that you answer them. If Ms. Howes, our arbitrator, has any questions for you after Mr. Ward is completed or at any time during his questioning of you, I just ask that you answer those questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. Ward, if you have no objections, we'll mark the witness's statement of July 31st, 2021 as Exhibit 8.
No objections.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Webb, you are the manager of protective services for the county,
Yes, I am.
and you've held that position since March of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, March 8th.
And so prior to assuming that position, did the county have a manager of protected services?
No, they did not.
And who would have been responsible for fire services before you took on that role?
I don't know.
You indicated, Mr. Webb, that you have firefighter level 1 and level 2 certification from Lakeland College. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that the NFPA 1001 firefighter designation I've seen referred to?
Yes, it is.
And if I refer to that, NFPA stands for the National Fire Protection Association. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And the NFPA sets standards for training for firefighters?
Yes, it does.
And your CV also indicates you were the deputy fire chief for periods of time in High Level and Grand Cache. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And I've made this assumption now, but as part of your responsibilities in your current position, you now oversee fire services for the county?
Yes.
Right. If I take you to your witness statement and paragraph 8, which is on page 2. Do you have that, Mr. Webb?
Yes, I do.
All right, you indicate that volunteers may have to travel significant distances to the fire station to get their equipment before being deployed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would that affect the fire department's ability to respond to an emergency in a timely manner?
It does, depending on the time of day.
You indicate that some Blue Ridge volunteers reside in Whitecourt. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
How far away approximately is Blue Ridge from Whitecourt?
I believe it's 17 kilometers.
All right. And is that about a 20-minute drive, would you say?
I would say yes.
So does that mean that it could take the county's volunteers in Blue Ridge up to 20 minutes to arrive at the fire station before they begin to respond to a call?
Not necessarily, because we have firefighters that live in Blue Ridge and around the county, around the town of Blue Ridge, community of Blue Ridge.
Right. So it would depend whether those were the volunteers that were available or whether there were others closer to town. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And in situations where an emergency requires a faster response time than your volunteers can provide, is it fair to say the county would call on the town's fire department to respond?
I would believe yes, as a mutual aid.
Okay. On the next page of your statement, in paragraph 9, you indicate that you're not aware of instances where county firefighters were incapable of using their PPE. And I assume you mean personal protective equipment?
Yes.
Have you directly observed the county firefighters respond to emergencies?
Yes, I have. I've been on a few calls here, and I also attend training nights.
And that would be, I guess, post-March of this year that your involvement with the county's firefighters would be.
Yes.
So is it fair to say you've observed the county's firefighters for about 4 months prior to swearing the statement?
Yes.
And is it on the basis of your experience during that time that you make the statement about their use of PPE?
Yes.
All right, in paragraph 10 of your witness statement, you refer to the county's volunteer firefighters. Are you referring to volunteer firefighters there with the Anselmo, Blue Ridge, Fort Assiniboine, and Goose Lake fire departments?
Yes.
And so you're not referring in this paragraph to the town's firefighters that also provide services to a defined area of the county. Is that correct?
No, I'm not.
In the paragraph, you state that county firefighters have an opportunity to train to the NFPA 1021 standard, or sorry, 1001 standard. Do you see that?
Yes,
And are all county firefighters expected to complete this training?
they are expected to complete the training. Yes, there's a training program and that was laid out before I got here and is being redesigned as the months go on.
Okay. So is this a new requirement the county has imposed?
No, they this was the training program was in place when I got here.
All right. Do you know how long the county has required its firefighters to have an NFPA 1001 standard?
I have no knowledge of that now.
If a volunteer does not complete the NFPA 1001 training, are they still permitted to respond to calls?
Yes,
And so county firefighters who haven't met that standard still respond to emergency calls. Is that correct?
yes, if they are trained to handle calls. There's multiple courses in the 1001 standard that will allow a firefighter to attain certain calls and to do jobs on a fire ground.
Below that in paragraph 11 and 12, you list a number of areas where for which county firefighters receive training. Have all of the county's volunteer firefighters received all of the training that's listed here?
No, they have not. Depending on which hall they are and depending on the level of service will depend on which firefighters get the training.
Right. So these are all of the possible training opportunities across the various county fire halls, but they don't apply to each of the individual fire departments in the county. Is that fair?
That's fair, depending on the levels of service, yes.
And is it also the case that certain firefighters, even within a station that offers those things, will not have completed that training but still be responding to calls?
Yes.
Do you know what percentage of the county's firefighters have completed the training listed in those paragraphs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
If a county fire department is unable to respond to a particular emergency because the available firefighter doesn't have the necessary training, is that another situation where the county would rely on the Whitecourt Fire Department to respond?
The Whitecourt Fire Department or any mutual aid department that we have, i.e. Barhead County, Yellowhead County, Lac St. Anne County.
So it would depend on the location of the fire.
Would depend on the location of the incident, yes.
If you turn to the next page, page 13, or sorry, paragraph 13, you state there that industrial facilities in the county use their own private firefighting services. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you conduct a survey of industrial properties to determine whether they use their own private firefighting services?
I have met with a couple of the industries within our county and have had actually tours of them and their fire teams.
Okay, how many of those facilities have you toured?
Our two mills. So our Blue Ridge products and our ANC.
Any other industrial facilities?
Well, I come from oil and gas, and oil and gas have ERPs that have contracts with industrial firefighting companies.
That's based on your experience in the industry.
That's based on my experience in the industry, yes.
Is it also your experience that industrial properties will often call 911 as well in the event of a serious emergency?
Yes, it is.
And so even if an industrial property has a contract with a private firefighting services, they may still call 911 as well?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And if the properties do call 911 to respond, the county's firefighters would be unable to respond to the fire. Is that correct?
No, because they may be going there for medical support or some sort of other support. They wouldn't go to an oil and gas site and fight a tank fire. They would go there for evacuation and life safety of the people that are on site.
And that's because the county's firefighters generally are not trained or equipped to respond to industrial fires. Is that correct?
No, that's because we do not have a memorandum of understanding with the oil and gas industry, and our county firefighters or other firefighters would not be trained to that industrial level.
Is it not the case, though, that the town is called upon to respond to industrial properties in the event of those fires?
I have no knowledge of that.
You're not saying it doesn't happen, you just don't know.
I just don't know.
Mr. Webb, in tab 2 of your witness statement, so that starts on page 10. You have a spreadsheet listing equipment owned by the county. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
At the bottom, it shows the county owns a mini pumper and a tender in the town of Whitecourt. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. And I believe we own 50% of an engine that's there too.
That's a Freightliner pumper.
I can't verify that because I'm not really sure.
Is it your view, Mr. Webb, that those 3 pieces of equipment are adequate to respond to emergencies in the county within the Whitecourt Fire Department service area?
Yes.
You don't believe that the town requires any other equipment to respond in that service area?
Sorry, you're saying the town?
Sorry, I said the town the second time. You believe that those are adequate, those 3 pieces of equipment, to respond to emergencies in the county within the Whitecourt Fire Department service area?
Depending on the nature of the incident, yes.
Okay. I'll take you to paragraph 18 of your witness statement. So, Mr. Webb, here you say the county's mini pumpers were intended to be used to respond to structure fires. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Looking back, the equipment that we looked at, it looks like the county only owns 2 mini pumpers, one in Anselmo and the other in Whitecourt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I take you to paragraph 22 of your report, you make a comment in paragraph 22 that the Fort Assiniboine Fire Department is functionally equivalent to the town's fire department. Is that your opinion?
Yes. Fort Assiniboine holds more equipment just due to the nature of their location and the training. And that's just from my experience since March 8th.
You would agree that the county doesn't have a mini pumper at the Fort Assiniboine Fire Hall, correct?
Correct.
And rather it has a list of other equipment, which is what you've set out in that tab 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Isn't it the case that the Fort Assiniboine Fire Department doesn't have a mini pumper because in fact, mini pumpers are not useful to respond to emergencies in urban settings?
I wouldn't say that they're not useful. Mini pumpers are useful depending on the level of the emergency and the incident.
Well, the county's mini pumper located in the town is not rated to respond to structure fires. Do you agree with that?
I was not there when those vehicles were spec'd or purchased, and I have not seen this vehicle, so I honestly can't answer that question.
Okay, you're not familiar with the county's mini pumper.
I am not familiar with the equipment sitting in the Whitecourt Fire Hall.
Isn't it the case that mini pumpers are generally only used for grass fires?
Again, it all depends how the vehicle is spec'd.
Mr. Webb, do you understand? Sorry, are you saying you have no understanding on the specs of the county's pumper that they've provided to the town of Whitecourt?
I was not there when those vehicles were spec'd. I was not there when they were purchased, and I have never had the opportunity to go to the Whitecourt Fire Hall for a tour to go through the equipment. So I don't feel I can honestly answer that question for you.
All right, when you say in your witness statement that the mini pumpers were intended to respond to structure fires, you don't know that they actually do that.
That was the direction that, not that I was given, but that was the direction that they were purchased under when they were purchased.
Right, and wasn't in fact that assumption incorrect and they could not be used for that intended purpose?
Are you asking this witness to give an opinion?
Well, no, I'm asking him his understanding. He said they were intended to be used for structure fires. I'm asking him to confirm whether in fact they are used for structure fires.
Okay, to the extent that it sounds like you're asking him to give an opinion, he's being produced as a lay witness, so I'm not qualified. We haven't qualified him to give opinion evidence about equipment. If you're asking him about what it was approved for, he's already given that evidence. If you want to know whether or not he thinks it's appropriate for that purpose, I think you've asked that question, but you may ask it again.
My actual question was, are they being used for the purpose you said they were intended for? That is, are they being used to fight structure fires?
Out in the county, we're not using mini pumpers to fight structure fires. We have one mini pumper in Anselmo, and it is used to fight grass fires. We have a complete engine and a tender in the Anselmo Fire Department for structure fires with backup from our own fire departments and Whitecourt or Lac St. Anne.
So when you state that mini pumpers are useful for quick deployment of a small team of firefighters with support following in other vehicles, in the case of a structure fire, what other vehicles would you expect to respond?
I would expect an engine and a tender, and usually the mini pumpers come with personnel to help fight the structure fire, which will bring us extra air packs, extra air cylinders, and extra manpower.
So you'd agree that mini pumpers require support from other vehicles and equipment to address a structure fire?
Are you speaking of something specific or just in general if you're asking for his opinion? Again, Mr. Ward, it sounds like you're asking for an opinion.
Well, I'm asking for his understanding of how they're used by the county's fire department that he's in charge of.
I don't think so. So I'm making an objection, Ms. House. I think the question asks for an opinion, generally, not about how they're used. The question was, do you agree that it would be, this A would not be appropriate with B? So that's a general opinion question, and I'm objecting.
Mr. Ward, perhaps you could just rephrase your question.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm happy to rephrase, Ms. House. Would you agree that for when the county responds to structure fires, the mini pumpers require support from other vehicles and equipment to address the structure fire?
In every instance, Mr. Ward?
Yes, in every instance.
The mini pumper does not. The mini pumper is not the first out truck. The full engine and the tender will be the first out trucks. The mini pumper will follow up with extra personnel, extra air packs, extra cylinders for assistance. We do not send a mini pumper to fight a structure fire.
And is it similarly your understanding that to respond to structure fires in the county, the Whitecourt Fire Department requires more than a mini pumper and the tender that you listed in tab 2?
I believe the witness's evidence was there's also 50% ownership of equipment at the Whitecourt fire.
All right. Well, let me just put it this way with the ones he's familiar with. For the Whitecourt Fire Department to respond to structure fires, is there also then a requirement for more than simply the mini pumper and tender that you referred to? And
Objection, he's not going to talk about what the town of Whitecourt's responsibility, roles, or service levels are.
well, let me just ask if it's your understanding that when they do respond, they bring more than those two pieces of equipment to structure fires.
Do you know that?
I would assume they do, but we own 50% of an engine, and the engine, the tender, and the mini pumper would go to a structure fire, no different than an Selma. So the Whitecourt fire owns 50% of an engine. We own 50% of an engine. We own 100% of a tender, and we own a mini pumper. And I would assume the engine and tender would respond out first, and the mini pumper would respond with extra firefighters. What Whitecourt service levels or response protocols are, I am not familiar with.
Can I get you to turn to Mr. Timtishin's evidence on fire, so the town's fire evidence he responded to?
Just the general, the statement portion, Mr. Ward?
Yes, and you can turn to page 79.
79, okay, thank you.
So included with Mr. Timtishin's evidence on fire services is a fire service operational review prepared for the town. And in it, there are a few comments that I want to ask of you.
Just, can you give us one moment, Mr. Ward? I'm just going to provide, I think that,
It's up.
can you read it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Webb's laptop sort of frozen without going to the tab we needed. So I was just wanting to make sure that he had access to the document. Go ahead, Mr. Ward, sorry.
Okay. At the top of the page, Mr. West indicates with current equipment, response by the town into the county to anything more than a single family home would not be effective. And so is it consistent with your understanding that additional equipment would be required beyond the mini pumper, tender, and Freightliner to respond to any emergency beyond a single family home in the county?
I'm just going to say, with respect, I think that you're asking the witness for opinions, and I'm not comfortable with this. Mr. Webb is not being provided as an expert on responding to fires. He's being provided as a lay witness giving evidence on behalf of the county.
I think my intention with my questions, and maybe I can address this, is that I understand Mr. Webb is responsible for the fire services department. He has to oversee decisions on what equipment or manpower is required to respond to emergencies. My questions are designed to see whether he agrees in terms of what he feels or the county feels is an appropriate response. It's not a question of his opinion. It's a question of whether that's consistent with their functional understanding of the requirements as to what is necessary.
I'm objecting. You're asking him to read a report prepared by Transitional Solutions so he can give an opinion about an opinion. So I'm objecting, and Ms. House can rule.
In terms of how Mr. Ward has framed the purpose of his questions is to get from the witness his knowledge as a manager of the fire services and what, as a manager of the fire services for the county, what kind of equipment he would send out. He's been there for some time. So I understand that's the nature of the questions. Sir, if you can answer the questions from that perspective.
Right, without refine, so Ms. House, am I understanding correctly? He's not required to read the first paragraph on page 79 of Mr. Tim Shishin's report and answer it with respect to that, simply what you've defined as being his knowledge of the appropriate response.
Well, as I understand, Mr. Ward is directing him to certain paragraphs in order to focus his attention on what, as a manager, he would respond. So, Mr. Ward, maybe you have to be more specific in framing your question. As the manager, how would you, if this kind of circumstance in that paragraph, how would you respond?
I'm happy to do that. And I'm pointing to that paragraph for context to try and do that. But where you are responding to more than a single family home, would you intend to require more than simply a mini pumper, tender, and freightliner for that larger level of fire emergency?
Yes, you would.
Am I correct that the Whitecourt Fire Department service area includes the Woodlands Industrial Park?
Yes.
And the industrial park obviously includes large industrial and commercial buildings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your perspective as a manager, if a serious fire occurred in the industrial park, would the mini pumper, tender, and freightliner be sufficient to contain that fire?
Well, that's hard to say because how big's the incident? What's the nature of the incident? And initially, you have to come out with a first response. And if your first response is the tender, the engine, and the mini pumper, and then you call in backup resources.
So just to be clear, I'm going to ask with respect, Mr. Ward, that your questions be specific about the facts you're asking. Otherwise, this sounds a lot like a hypothetical. And I'm going to be objecting. So I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm just going to say, I'm just asking if you might please be specific about what the example is that you're asking, because otherwise the witness is sort of speaking in a vacuum.
All right. Mr. Webb, can you turn to page 321 of this witness statement from Mr. Tim Shishin?
The January 28, 2019 letter, Mr. Ward, is that what you're asking us to look at?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a letter before you from the county to the town regarding the recent purchase of an aerial truck. Do you want to take a minute to review that, Mr. Webb?
Okay.
Now, I appreciate we have concerns about asking about opinions, but I take it the letter confirms that the county's opinion is that the mini pumper and the county-owned tanker are all that is required to meet the county's service needs. Is that correct?
This is in his letter. It says what it says, Mr. Ward.
Okay. Do you know if the county completed a comprehensive fire review before they sent this letter?
I can't answer that. I started March 8th, 2021.
You don't know what work they did to corroborate the views expressed in that letter?
No, I do not.
And again, Mr. Webb, if we ask generally in terms of the statement that's put there, in your position as manager, do you agree that the mini pumper and county-owned tanker are all that is required to meet the service requirements in that area of the county?
Objection.
That's fine. That's fine, Ms. Howes. I'm prepared to move on. I'll take you to paragraph 20 of your witness statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize. Before I ask this question, have you closed the last document that we looked at? Going back to, sorry, page 321 of Mr. Tim Tisham's document.
Sorry, page 21?
Sorry, it was on page 321.
Oh, the same letter. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Webb, before I move from that, it notes in the letter that replacement of the jointly owned pumper is scheduled for 2024 and the mini pumper is scheduled for 2021. Has the county actually dealt with the replacement of the mini pumper?
Not to my knowledge, and this is, other than reading the statement when it was sent to me, this is the first time I've seen this.
All right. Do you know if administration has budgeted for the replacement of those units?
I was not part of the budgeting process last year, and I would have to confer with to the Director of Corporate Services.
All right, since you've arrived in March of 2021, there's been no effort that you've been involved in to replace the mini pumper?
No, I have not been.
All right, thank you. And sorry to jump backwards. So if you can refer back to that paragraph, thank you. So in paragraph 20 of your witness statement, Mr. Webb, you've indicated that many areas in the county have insufficient water pressure to effectively use large-scale equipment like aerial pumpers. Would you agree that some areas of the county do have water service that can utilize aerial pumpers?
Again, I'm not familiar fully with the water and sewer pressures out in the county around Whitecourt. But I know in our other hamlets, we do not.
Right. So your comment is about other hamlets, not the area around Whitecourt. Is that fair?
Yes. I do not think we have the water pressure up at the airport to manage an aerial pumper. But again, I would have to confirm with the water staff to check pressures and conduct water testing, flow testing.
Is it your understanding in your position and your experience that an aerial pumper would be useful to respond to fire emergencies in the Whitecourt Business Park?
Again, are you asking him for an opinion in his capacity as the manager?
I am.
Okay, have you established that he's even been asked to consider that?
Well, he's given comments on what purports to be a lack of use of the aerial truck, so I assume he's given thought to that.
Do you know the answer to the question?
Can you repeat the question?
In your experience, would an aerial pumper be useful in a response to a fire emergency in the Whitecourt Business Park?
In his experience as the manager?
That's correct.
Your 4 months of experience as the manager, would it be useful? That's his question.
I haven't experienced that.
All right, is it your understanding that an aerial truck could be used even in areas that lack a direct water connection by using water tankers to support the aerial truck?
Yes, it is.
Do you understand that the aerial truck was used to respond to an emergency in Blue Ridge's fire department service area in January 2021, just before you arrived?
No, I was not.
Can I take you to page 327 of Mr. Tim Tishon's document? I'll give you a chance to review this document, Mr. Webb.
Is there something specific you'd like him to pay attention to? It's long, that's why I'm asking.
It is long. It refers to a service response by the Whitecourt Fire Department to a lumber mill. I was hoping that you could confirm that's a lumber mill in the county that the fire department was asked to respond to.
Did you want to take him to a specific page, Mr. Ward, and then maybe we can try that out and see if it works?
Sure.
I just don't think there's a lot of value in him reading all those pages unless you really need him to read every single page.
All right, Mr. Webb, let me just back up. The Blue Ridge Fire Department is one of the county's fire department. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And just very simply, if you turn to page 328, is it your understanding the pictures depicted there show the aerial truck?
Can you say that?
That's their aerial truck.
Well, it's
Yes.
an aerial truck,
It's,
okay,
it's Whitecourt's aerial truck.
okay.
All right. Mr. Webb, more generally, can you describe for the county in your responses, for a typical structure fire, how many vehicles would respond? What would be your normal response?
Typical structure fire, what are we talking? Are we talking a structure fire in a mill? Are we talking a structure fire in a home? It's your typical, there is no typical structure fire.
Okay, if I take you to paragraph 35 of Mr. Tim Tishon's statement, so that's page 12.
What paragraph? I'm so sorry.
Sorry, paragraph 35.
Okay, I don't know if you said it and I missed it. If I did, I'm sorry, Mr. Ward.
And sorry, maybe Mr. Webb, I'll let you read paragraph 34 and 35 of his statement.
Okay.
So he says firstly that for a typical structure fire in the county, more vehicles and manpower are typically required due to the lack of other support services nearby and a lack of water supply. When he says more, he's comparing to the town. Do you agree with that assessment?
Sorry, this is an opinion by another person and you're asking him to weigh in on the opinion and I'm going to object. First of all, this was supposed to be a statement of fact and it's a statement of opinion. So we're not having Mr. Webb answer questions about some other person who's produced as a lay witness his opinion.
Ms. Roberts, it's not an opinion. He's giving information on the typical responses based on what actually happens. He's not assessing what he thinks is appropriate. He's saying what they typically provide, what's typically required. I think that's a factual issue.
Mr. Webb just testified that there is no such thing as a typical structure fire unless you specify what facts we're talking about. So after him having said that, I'm not going to allow him to answer a question about a typical structure fire.
Perhaps we could get to what this witness actually knows as the manager of fire services.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Webb, what is your responsibility for overseeing fire services? Can you describe your daily role in that position?
Being the manager of protective services, I oversee the 4 fire departments with regards to budgeting, purchasing, and we're into training, the operations, but I do have 4 fire chiefs, 4 deputy chiefs that have maintained their positions with the departments, and they manage their halls respectively.
And each of those fire chiefs reports to you, I take it?
Yes, they're all volunteers.
And are you involved in making operational decisions in terms of manpower or equipment for the fire department?
I do not respond to fire calls. I do not have a command vehicle. I am here as a support as they need it.
All right, but I think earlier when I asked you questions about your experience, you said you've attended a number of fire calls to observe things which you've used to make your statement that were asking for us.
Yes, I have attended some fire calls. Yes, I have. But it is not my present role to respond as a commander unless required.
Are you also involved in developing or reviewing standard operating procedures for the county's fire departments?
Yes, we are.
And so you are familiar with what the county's standard operating procedures would be to respond to fire calls?
Yes, I am.
Well, given that, Mr. Webb, you have a statement there that after the one we've been discussing that says the Whitecourt Fire Department automatically requests the assistance of 2 additional water tenders from other departments near the fire scene to ensure a sufficient supply of water. Do you know or do you disagree that that's the case?
Sorry, where are you, Mr. Ward?
Sorry, I went back to paragraph 35 now. And it's the last sentence of Mr. Timtician's paragraph 35.
And you're asked, what was your question for Mr. Webb? Sorry.
Do you
The
know?
question was, do you know or disagree that 2 additional water tenders are sent out?
Yes, yes, they are. When we go for a structure, if we have to shuttle water, the more water tenders you have, the better it is. And it's all in the grounds of mutual aid.
And so you agree that that's automatically requested?
Yes. I believe it's auto dispatched from Parkland Dispatch. We have it set up that they automatically dispatch them.
And would you agree that in dispatching water tenders, more firefighters are required to drive and operate the water tenders?
I'm confused by your comment.
Well, the original question here was about the number of pieces of equipment and manpower required to respond. I think we've established that 2 additional water tenders are automatically dispatched. I take it goes without saying that implies more firefighters are required who are driving and operating the water tenders. Is that fair?
There would be firefighters from each hall sent with those tenders, yes.
And is it also your understanding that those tenders would generally not be required in the town because the town has running water throughout the municipality?
Objection. He's not here to comment on the town or provide opinions about the town's requirements.
Sorry, Ms. House, can I just have 1 minute?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself. Thank you for that.
I'm grabbing the wrong mouse to unmute us. So, Mr. Ward, we feel your pain.
Okay. Mr. Webb, are there often emergencies, fire emergencies that you respond to where only 2 personnel members are required?
I have never responded to that.
And sorry, I said you, but based on your understanding of the county's fire department and standard operating procedures, is it your understanding it would be common for only 2 members to respond to an emergency?
It could be initially, but we have an auto page for the majority of our fire departments that we page out three departments to go to one incident. So they may be 2 people initially, and they may just have to wait for resources.
All right. So it may be that we have 2 responding initially, but it would be unusual that those 2 are sufficient without other firefighters being dispatched to respond as well. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Roberts, I don't know how long I see now my clock says 2 o'clock. I do have some more questions, perhaps more than 5 minutes. I'm also cognizant you have an application later this afternoon. I don't know if you'd like me to continue briefly. I don't have a concern about finishing tomorrow in terms of other witnesses subject to our discussion in the morning. So I'm not sure if you want to continue now or you want to stick to our 2 o'clock time.
Do you have a sense of how much longer you'll be?
I'm very bad at giving estimates, but I mean more than 5 minutes, perhaps 20 minutes. I can also.
sorry, did you say more than 5 minutes, less than 20 minutes? I'm not sure.
No, sorry. I said more than 5 minutes because I know we had discussed if we could finish in 5, we would try and do that.
Yeah.
I'm also happy to try and organize more effectively tonight the remaining questions to shorten them in terms of finishing up in the morning, if that's the case.
Mr. Webb, are you able to attend at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for a short time to finish your evidence?
Yes.
I'm prepared for you to take it at the 10 minutes now if you think you might be able to wrap it up in 10 or 15 minutes. If you're confident you won't wrap it up in 10 or 15 minutes, I prefer to go to tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think I will, Ms. Roberts, finish in 10 minutes. So I suppose we should go tomorrow.
Okay, Mr. Webb, this is not the ideal situation for a witness. You're under affirmation, and as a result, you're also under questioning by opposing counsel. So we do ask you to come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to finish your evidence. In the meantime, you will not be able to speak to your own counsel about your evidence. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
No, I would ordinarily instruct the witness not to speak to anybody about his evidence.
And
if just to let everybody know in full transparency, that's going to be my instruction to the witness.
that's fine. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Ward?
No, Ms. Roberts, I don't know if you have any sense of a schedule for our witnesses. I appreciate that's dependent to some extent on our discussion tomorrow morning. But if you do have an order that you'd like, I'm certainly happy to give our witnesses the heads up in terms of Thursday, Friday, whenever you have a chance to provide that to us.
Sure. I think I'll probably have time to turn my mind back to that tomorrow. And so I think by tomorrow you'll have that.
Sure, that sounds good. Thank you.
And Mr. Ward, do you have an order for witnesses tomorrow?
We do, yes. So once we finish with Mr. Webb, we would cross-examine Heather Anderson with respect to FCSS. I think we believe that then we will turn directly to Mr. Frank after that.
Are we not doing Alicia Borgo? We're not examining her after all?
I realize that she is on our list. I think I will confirm as soon as I can, Sharon, but we may not need to cross-examine Ms. Borgo.
Okay, thank you.
The reason that I ask is you sent me an email on Friday at 4:29 identifying who would be on the list for today, but I have nothing past today.
Oh, you know what? I will send you an email, Ms. House, that confirms the names in order for tomorrow. Copy to my friend so that we can confirm the lineup for tomorrow.
Great, I appreciate that. I appreciate that council have been doing a lot of this between themselves, but at this point in time, I need to be in the loop. Okay?
Yes,
So-
will do.
All right.
You're as in the dark as Mr. Ward with respect to my order of witnesses at this moment, other than the few things that we've agreed on. So, and part of that is just a matter of juggling people's schedules around here. So I'll have that to you as well, Ms. House, tomorrow, as well as to Mr. Ward. And what I'll do is Mr. Ward and I have been conferring with each other in terms of giving each other some deference as to which order we're calling our witnesses, and since there are witnesses respectively. So I'll probably provide that to Mr. Ward. As soon as we're both agreed, we'll provide that to you.
Great, thank you. Anything else we need to deal with today?
On my end.
No,
Thank
Ms.
you all
House.
very much. We'll see you all for the hearing at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And council, we have a preliminary matter to talk about at 8:30 on scheduling, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.